Chapter 566. Demon Mountain. It floated majestically in space. This Devil Mountain was simply too huge. At the foot of the mountain, any random platform or canyon was comparable to Earth. Hence, at the foot of the mountain, there were many beautiful palaces built. Some of the palaces were towering for tens of thousands of li. Those who could live in those palaces were all undying beings. Do not make a ruckus. Do not fight and kill. Fly out of the valley. Anyone who disobeys will be killed without mercy. A majestic voice reverberated in the valley. Within the valley, there were silhouettes, some sitting cross-legged, some leaning on the rocks, some in groups of 3 to 5 chatting. They all looked very similar. They all had 2 hands, 2 legs, 2 eyes, a nose and a mouth. Even their height was similar to Earth humans. The only difference was all of them had 2 horns on their foreheads. They were either black horns or silver horns. With a glance, there were thousands of people within the vast valley. Teacher, how long do we have to wait? Demon Mountain has always been sealed. The Virtual Universe Company doesn't even let us in. A young man with black, curved horns and bare arms said in a low voice. Beside him, there were 6 other men and women surrounding the purple-armored old man in the center. These 8 people. The purple-armored old man was a sector lord. Of the 7 disciples under him, 2 were domain lords and 5 were universe levels. Only when we gather 10,000 will we be able to enter. An ancient voice resounded from the purple-armored old man. Teacher. Beside, a clear voice resounded. A silver-horned lady couldn't help but say, the warriors rushing over from the many planets, sometimes more, sometimes less. There's no pattern at all. Right now, we've only gathered 6,000. We'll have to wait for 10,000. Who knows how long that'll take? You want to go against the Virtual Universe Company's rules? The purple-armored old man turned and glanced at his disciple. The lady bit her lips, not daring to speak. Slowly wait. The purple-armored old man exclaimed, as long as any of you can survive in Demon Mountain for a month, then you'll be able to enter the Virtual Universe Company. When that happens, you'll be able to roam the vast universe. Compared to the vast universe, our 9-star ocean is simply too small. The eyes of the 7 disciples gleamed. That was right. 9-star ocean, the 9 ancient planets' collective name, had many who entered the Virtual Universe Company, some who went out to explore the universe and returned to their homes to create sex, leaving behind high-tech videos, etc. He wanted to show the experts of the 9-star seas how vast and mysterious the universe was. Remember, if you feel that it's too dangerous and you can't last a month, immediately find a way to leave, the purple-armored elder said. Safety first. If I can't do it this time, I can go back and continue cultivating. I'll come back when I'm stronger. Understood. The 7 disciples all nodded. Suddenly, an oppressive clamor came from afar, and the 8 of them immediately stood up. Master, look over there. It's the Virtual Universe Company's silver-clothed manager. The 8 of them, along with the thousands of other people in the canyon, looked in shock at the large group of silver-clothed people flying out from the majestic palace. These silver-clothed people were all Virtual Universe Company's silver-clothed attendants. They had extremely high privileges. The world overlords of the country bumpkins didn't even dare to offend them. So, how many silver deacons? There must be close to 100. Where's so many of them coming out for? The thousands of universe level to sector lord aboriginal warriors of 9-star ocean were all extremely shocked. However, they didn't dare make any noise. Because going against the Virtual Universe Company's rules, there was only one outcome: death. Look, a ship. Wow, what a beautiful ship. The thousands of aboriginals' eyes gleamed. In the distant space, a universe ship swiftly approached, very quickly stopping in the air above the canyon. The cabin door opened. A black-haired youth dressed in colorful armor, army pants, and boots walked out of the cabin door, and the close to 100 silver-clothed attendants flew over, all of them standing respectfully. At the very front of the close to 100 silver-clothed attendants, there were 3 white-robed men and women. They all bowed. Your Majesty, Luo Phone. Your Majesty, Luo Phone. The close to 100 attendants were even more respectful. In midair, Luo Feng nodded, following which the three white-robed men and the group of silver-clothed attendants flew towards the palace. My God! My God! Even the white-robed attendants personally came to welcome us. The white-robed attendants are all Sector Lord Pinnacle beings recognized by the origin laws, second only to the gods. I can see that black-haired youth is merely a universe level. The thousands of aboriginals didn't dare make any noise. They could only discuss softly, expressing the shock within. The high and mighty silver-clothed attendants were now like grandsons before the black-haired youth. Suddenly, one of them left the group and flew straight into the canyon. Immediately, the voices of the thousands quieted down. All listen up. The silver-clothed attendant gazed coldly at the thousands of aboriginals. One of our majesties from the Virtual Universe Company headquarters is about to enter Demon Mountain for training. Hence, we will immediately release the seal. You all can enter too. I'll go get your identity tags and prepare to enter. Yes, the thousands of aboriginals replied respectfully. The silver-clothed attendant flew away. The group of aboriginals below, however, were filled with joy. It's actually one of the majesties from the headquarters that has arrived. Our luck is really good. There's no need to gather 10,000. The purple-armored old man laughed loudly. Beside him, the other 7 disciples were extremely happy too, of which the silver-horned lady said, "Teacher, just who is that majesty? He seems to have a very high position." The majesties from the headquarters are the most outstanding geniuses the Virtual Universe Company has picked from the vast universe. They're 10,000 to 1,000,000 times stronger than you all, the purple-armored old man said, and to be able to make 3 white-robed attendants welcome him, in terms of position, he's comparable to a god. Comparable to a god? The 7 disciples stared wide-eyed. Luo Feng flew towards the palace, gazing at the group of aboriginals below. Your Majesty Luo Feng, these are all the aboriginals from the other 9 planets, according to our rules. Entering Demon Mountain, one has to be at least universe level. Hence, the majority of these aboriginals are universe levels, with a few domain lords and some sector lords. The tall and handsome white-robed youth smiled as he explained, at the same time carefully inspecting this Luo Feng. Luo Feng's name was rather resounding amongst the management. Even though he was at the bottom of the management, he knew Luo Feng hadn't even gone through his first qualification battle, and he had already passed the 7th level. This made many of the upper echelons of the Virtual Universe Company pay attention to Luo Feng. Such a person, how could they neglect him? They welcomed Luo Feng according to the rules of welcoming Primal Region members. 3 white-robed attendants and a platoon of silver-clothed attendants went to welcome him. And a normal absolute beginning member. Actually, only 1 white-robed attendant and 9 silver-clothed attendants were enough. 2 ND level of the palace. Luo Feng entered the 2nd level with the white-robed attendants. And the thousands of aboriginals all entered the 1st level in a single file. These are your identity tags. Everyone, get an identity token. Hurry up. The silver-clothed attendants gave out the tags. It was a completely black tag. He was still speaking. To join the Virtual Universe Company, there are 2 ways. 1 is to survive in Demon Mountain for a month. 2 is to kill the others and obtain 1,000 black tags or 1 red tag. The black token is the identity token that each of you received. The red tags are the tags the majesties of the Virtual Universe Company bring with them. As long as you can kill one of them and obtain a red tag, not only can you join the Virtual Universe Company, you can also obtain treasures that even the Undyings value. These words only made the eyes of the thousands of aboriginals gleam. They weren't shocked. Because these rules have been passed down for countless years, they all knew. 2 ND level of the palace. This is your identity token, Yang Kai said. The white-robed youth passed a red tag to Luo Feng, smiling. You have to remember, the moment you appear within 500 m of the aboriginals, the tags will resonate with each other, and they will know you have a red tag. They will madly surround and attack you. I know. Luo Feng nodded. He had read the detailed introduction long ago. Killing himself, those aboriginals will be able to turn the tables. Of course, they would risk their lives. Within Demon Mountain, those that can kill you are the aboriginals. The second is the beast within Demon Mountain. The white-robed youth explained, of course, if they can kill you, you can kill them too. As long as you can collect 10,000 black tags, you will receive an additional reward. This is an additional reward outside of the mission. Additional reward. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. I didn't know about this. The white-robed youth smiled. Additional reward. It's much better than your mission points. Luo Feng's heart moved. However, I don't have the authority to tell you what the reward is. Once you really obtain 10,000 black command tokens, you'll be able to obtain that additional reward. Don't worry. The Virtual Universe Company's actions are extremely generous. The white-robed youth smiled. You only need 10,000 black tags to exchange for one time. If you have 20,000 black tags, you can exchange for 2 times. There's no upper limit. Luo Feng smiled and shook his head. Was it that easy? How many aboriginals had entered in total? Amongst those aboriginals, there were Sector Lord Pinnacles. This Demon Mountain mission wasn't easy at all. Demon Mountain, what was Demon? Even though the threat of the aboriginals was huge, as long as he didn't want to collect 10,000 black tags and hide, the threat of the aboriginals was far from the threat of Demon Mountain itself. Demon Mountain, if you enter from the front, it's Demon Note Mountain. If you enter from the cave behind, it's Demon Mountain's Ice Mountain. The white-robed youth smiled. I believe Your Majesty Luo Feng knows the difference between the two. Please make your choice, which region of Demon Mountain to enter. Demon Mountain, one body with 2 sides. It could be split into Demon Note Mountain and Ice Mountain. The evolution of the universe caused the 2 special environments of Demon Mountain. It was actually the most terrifying part of Demon Mountain. Update complete. 2 more chapters today, 1 more tomorrow, including the normal updates, 3 chapters tomorrow. The monthly votes actually dropped to 7. Tomato's updates were indeed irregular before the wedding. Inviting friends, wedding arrangements, transportation arrangements. There were many things to do, causing Tomato to update late from time to time. However, Tomato had been working hard to maintain the updates. Actually, including the missing chapters, the updates were quite a lot. Everyone please support Tomato. With the monthly votes, support Tomato. The monthly votes were really few. Chapter 567. Luo Feng smiled. This Demon Mountain was split into Demon Note Mountain and Ice Mountain, of which Ice Mountain, as the name suggests, was famed for its extreme coldness. The temperature was already inconceivably low. The so-called absolute zero was only a concept of Earth's technology. In a vast universe, temperatures even lower than absolute zero still existed. Just like the huge ice planet that Luo Feng's star continent revolved around in the absolute beginning region. Like an ice mountain, they were all extremely low temperatures, even able to harm a universe-level's body cells. The temperature within the ice mountain wasn't all the same. Some places could harm a universe level, while others could harm a domain lord or even a sector lord. Hence, if one were to randomly enter a terrifying cold region within the ice mountain, one's cells and genes could instantly freeze and collapse. Ice Mountain was mainly targeted at the body. Demon Note Mountain was targeted at the soul. Demon Note Mountain was vast and deep. The cold winds howled, occasionally accompanied by various sounds. Those sounds could be said to be natural illusions. If one wasn't careful, one would fall for it. Because different regions produced different sounds, the illusions were different. In some terrifying regions, many universe levels and even domain lords would instantly lose their consciousness and become zombies. I choose Demon Note Mountain. Luo Feng said. Demon Note Mountain? The white-robed youth was shocked, saying, Your Majesty Luo Feng, don't blame me for being nosy. This ancient Demon Mountain is one with 2 sides. Even though that Ice Mountain is dangerous, it only targets the body. Comparing the body and the soul, of course the soul is more fundamental. If one is hit in Ice Mountain, there's still a chance to struggle. However, in Demon Note Mountain, the moment one is hit, they'll immediately lose their consciousness. They won't even have a chance to struggle. No problem. Luo Feng smiled. Demon note? Natural illusions? Just in terms of willpower, Luo Feng surpassed almost all Sector Lord Pinnacle beings, even comparable to an Undying. The 80 years of killing aura training in Blood River World had made his willpower much stronger. Since that's the case, then I'll arrange for someone to send your majesty down. The white-robed youth bowed. Your Majesty Luo Feng, please remember to bring your identity tag when you leave. If you lose it, you'll fail the mission. I know this. Luo Feng nodded. Please wait a moment. The white-robed young man turned around and walked through the vast hall. His silhouette was like a bolt of lightning, and in the blink of an eye, he was far away. After a while, an oval-shaped ship that was about a 100 m long flew over and stopped right before Luo Feng. The cabin door opened, and 3 white-robed people walked out, including the youth from before. Your Majesty Luo Feng, please. Yes. Luo Feng immediately took a step and entered the universe ship. Demon Mountain was majestic and tall. The universe ship was like a fly circling around the mountain. In the control room, with a glance, Luo Feng could see the occasional cave entrance on the majestic Demon Mountain. The cave entrance was filled with cold energy. Your Majesty Luo Feng, Demon Note Mountain occupies about half of Demon Mountain's area. With Demon Mountain's size and majesty, there are trillions of entrances to the depths of Demon Note Mountain. The white-robed youth pointed into the distance. In the distance, the demonic Note Mountain was densely packed with caves that ranged from several kilometers to hundreds of kilometers wide. Your Highness, you can choose any one to enter. Fly for a while more. Luo Feng ordered. Yes. After flying for a while, the universe ship was far away from the canyon from before. Only then did Luo Feng choose a cave to enter. At the foot of Demon Mountain, there were many palaces, big and small. On the platform at the foot of the Frost Ice Mountain that was close to the Demon Mountain, there was a palace that was tens of thousands of kilometers tall. It was completely green and looked like an umbrella. Outside the palace stood a group of attendants dressed in green armor. These attendants were all so handsome that they could bring calamity to countries and people. Each of them had a green snake tail that was covered in dense scales. So, the universe ship that Luo Feng was in earlier immediately stopped before the palace. The cabin door opened, and the white-robed youth flew to the entrance alone. His face was filled with respect as he stood outside the palace. "Yichang, come in." A warm voice resounded. The white-robed youth seemed to be shocked. His pupils constricted. However, on the surface, he still revealed a respectful expression as he stepped into the strict shrine. The palace was huge and complex. The white-robed young man flew in the palace for a long time and finally came to a cold and gloomy palace. The cold palace was several miles wide and several miles high. There were no servants in the palace. There was only a suffocating figure sitting on a throne in the palace that was about 1 kilometer high. "Greetings, official Pu." The white-robed youth bowed respectfully. He didn't dare to raise his head to look at the silhouette on the throne. "Luo Feng, you've entered?" A warm voice resounded. "Yes, Your Majesty Luo Feng has just entered," the white-robed youth said. He entered Demon Note Mountain. The warm voice continued. "When Luo Feng comes out, tell him to come see me." "Yes." The white-robed youth bowed. "Yichang, you may leave," the warm voice said. "Yes." The white-robed youth didn't dare to say anything else. He quickly exited the hall and left the cold palace. When he exited the palace, the white-robed youth, Yichang, heaved a sigh of relief. Marquis Pu is a pervert. She is temperamental. It would be a great injustice if she killed me in a fit of anger. Luckily, nothing happened today. Where there were benefits, there would be fights. The Virtual Universe Company was a huge leviathan in the universe. Of course, there would be internal fights. However, everything was suppressed by the management. However, for an existence like official Pu, casually killing a sector lord wasn't a big deal. Luo Feng, Bolin, and the others were respected everywhere, almost as though the Virtual Universe Company was a paradise. However, that was because Luo Feng and the others were geniuses, hence people respected them. And people like Yichong, who worked hard to reach the sector lord level, were still very careful. If one's position wasn't high enough, they could be killed at any time if a big boss was in a bad mood. Within the cold palace, high up in the throne, a tall silhouette slowly flew down and landed below the palace. She had a long jade-green snake tail that was more than 10 meters long, and her upper body was impeccably perfect. Her peerless beauty, especially under her long jade-green hair, was even more soul-stirring. Her pair of bewitching eyes looked out of the hall, as if she was looking at a place millions of light years away. "Ha! Ha!" She suddenly let out a crazy laugh. "Ha! My chance has come." He muttered something in a low voice, following which, chi, her body began to change rapidly. The jade-colored snake tail rapidly transformed into 2 bare legs. At the same time, the clothes on her body naturally extended, and she directly transformed into a peerlessly beautiful woman that was over 8 meters tall. Let's collect some interest first. Killing him is only the first step. The absolute beauty muttered softly, after which her body flickered and vanished. A few minutes later, one of the 9 ancient planets around Demon Mountain was completely dark red. A ship swiftly entered. Within the planet, an ancient city that occupied an area of 10,000 kilometers. This was also the planet's top 3 ancient sect, the 1,000-star sect. Rumble. The elders of the 1,000-star sect all swiftly came out of their training grounds or rushed over from the surrounding training grounds. Within a few minutes, they all rushed into the shrine of the 1,000-star sect. Shrine? What was a shrine? Only with a god could a shrine be built. This 1,000-star sect currently had an undying being 1,000-star old man overseeing it. Why is the sect leader calling us so urgently? I don't know. Hurry up. The sect leader has never ordered us so urgently before. The sector lords and region lords all quickly rushed to the sacred ground of the 1,000-star sect, the shrine. On the throne of the majestic shrine sat a tall and beautiful woman, and below the throne respectfully stood an old man with a meter-long black horn on his forehead. He was the supreme sect leader of the 1,000-star sect, 1,000-star elder. Sect leader. Sect leader. The group of sector lords and domain lords all bowed respectfully. Master. The black-horned old man knelt respectfully. The closest sector lords and domain lords of our 1,000-star sect have all arrived. A total of 6 sector lords and 53 domain lords. Master? Those sector lords and domain lords with black or silver-white horns were all stunned. The beautiful woman on the throne looked at the shrine door. A formless energy seemed to be pushing the door open. Rumble, the door automatically closed. This caused the sector lords and domain lords to feel even more nervous. They couldn't help but raise their heads to look at the beautiful silhouette on the throne. However, they couldn't see her face clearly. They only felt a formless pressure emanating from her, causing them to naturally feel fear. Those of you who have passed Demon Mountain, stand on the left. Those who haven't, stand on the right. The gentle voice resounded. It was as though they were being controlled. The 59 naturally moved to the sides. 32 stood on the left, and 27 on the right. The 6 of you stay. 6 jade-green lights descended from the skies, landing on 6 of the 27 sector lords and domain lords. Of these 6, 3 were sector lords and 3 were domain lord level 9. The rest can leave now. The door automatically opened. The other 53 sector lords and domain lords walked out like puppets, and the door closed once more. Outside the shrine. What happened? What happened just now? Didn't the sect leader summon us? Why do we come out? The sector lords and domain lords seemed to have woken up from a dream. They glanced at each other, unable to remember what had happened in the shrine. All of you return. Immediately. Do not have any questions. An old and furious voice rang out in the minds of the sector lords and domain lords. Yes, sect leader. The group of people immediately obeyed the order respectfully and dispersed in all directions. And in the shrine, The beautiful woman sat on the throne, observing the 3 sector lords and 3 domain lords below. It is my 1,000-star sect's honor to serve Master. If Master has any orders, please give them. My 1,000-star sect disciples will definitely complete them. The black-horned old man, 1,000-star old man, said respectfully. Chapter 568. The 3 sector lords and 3 domain lords were extremely nervous. They could tell that when the other warriors of the sect left earlier, their eyes were lifeless, almost like puppets. To be able to control sector lords without making a sound, and make the sect leader kneel down, willing to be a servant. This being before them was definitely an absolute being from the powerful virtual universe company. 1,000-star, step down. The lady ordered. Yes. The black-horned old man left respectfully through the side door, leaving behind the beautiful lady and the 6 sector lords and domain lords. The 6 of you looked carefully. The lady's left hand pointed in mid-air in the shrine. Immediately a beam of light shot out, almost like a projection, forming a screen in mid-air. On the screen appeared the black-haired youth Luo Feng. He was dressed in a colorful armor, army pants, and boots. On the screen was his exact height and stats. I need you to kill 1 person. It's the one on the screen, the lady said. Immediately, the 6 below were filled with suspicion and apprehension. A great undying, someone even stronger than their sect leader, was asking them to kill someone. Just what kind of strength did this black-haired youth have? His strength is universe level 9. The lady's gentle voice resounded. Only universe level 9? The 6 below all relaxed. The 3 domain lords amongst them were all domain lord level 9. Killing a universe level 9 was like stepping on an ant. It was too easy. However, you can't underestimate him. The lady pointed at the screen. The armor he's wearing is an alloy armor. It's very normal, even though it's a 9 grade hardness. However, this armor only protects a part of the body. It's not like the genetic energy armor that protects the entire body. But under his armor, there's a layer of close-fitting Cloud Scraper Vine armor. Cloud Contact Vine? The 6 below were curious. Immediately, a bunch of information appeared on the screen in mid-air. The lady continued. Cloud Contact Vine, a special support-type plant life form. It can be absorbed into one's skin. It can be an armor. It can be a whip. It can change into many forms, and it can constantly evolve. And his Cloud Contact Vine is Domain Lord Level 9. The Cloud Contact Vine is famous for its strength, its ability to change, and its life force. Its strength is generally much stronger than humans of the same level. So, the 3 Domain Lord Level 9 experts among you will probably be easily killed by the Cloud Contact Vine. The lady said. This instantly caused the other 3 region lords to be shocked. Miraculous. Pervert. They had never heard of any support plant life forms back at home. A universe level 9 using a plant life form was actually able to easily kill a domain lord level 9? This was too perverted. You 3 sector lords, the weakest is a level 5 sector lord. The strongest is a level 9 sector lord. As long as we encounter it, we can easily kill it with absolute strength. The beautiful woman said, as for you 3 region lords, if you encounter him, you'll be killed by him with your abilities. The 3 region lords listened nervously, not daring to interrupt. This is called a laser gun. The beautiful woman flipped her hand, and 3 mechanical weapons appeared in front of her. These 3 laser guns had muzzles that were about 1 meter in diameter, and they were about 3 meters long. The laser guns were silvery white in color, and there were no engravings on them. They were clearly machine-style weapons. A 9 grade laser gun. The beautiful woman said slowly, it only needs 0.1 seconds to charge up. It's definitely a top-quality laser gun. One shot from this laser gun can pierce through E9 grade materials. It can kill a normal sector Lord Level 9 warrior. The moment the woman's words landed, the expressions of the 6 below changed. The 6 of them stared at the laser gun passionately, heavenly defying. This was insane. They weren't completely clueless about the vast universe. They knew that in the vast universe, one's strength spoke for everything. Even in the universe, a sector lord would have an extremely high privilege. How difficult was it to become a sector lord? Which one of the six of them hadn't gone through countless trials and tribulations? However, it was just a high-tech weapon. Even a weak person with this weapon, charging it for 1 second, would be able to kill a Sector Lord level 9? Crazy. Such a high-tech weapon, amongst the many universe countries, was definitely a restricted weapon, and it was extremely expensive. The net worth of many Sector Lords added up was far from even a fraction of this E9 grade laser gun. These 3 E9 grade laser guns, even normal Undyings wouldn't be able to bear to buy them. These 3 E9 grade laser guns, I'll temporarily give them to the 3 of you to use. The beautiful woman waved her hand, and the 3 E9 grade laser guns flew towards the 3 domain lords, floating in front of them. The 3 domain lords stared wide-eyed at the silver-white high-tech weapon in front of them. What beautiful lines! What heart-palpitating cannons! This thing, one shot, could kill a normal Sector Lord level 9? The 3 of you are weak, and you're all fighters. Even if you met this black-haired punk, he wouldn't care about you. The beautiful woman said, in his eyes, he can kill you in a short time. The 3 domain lords nodded. It's because he looks down on you and doesn't value you. Hence, you have a chance. The beautiful woman said, with your strength, even if you meet the Cloud Contact Vine's attack, you should be able to last 1 seconds. As long as you charge up, you can instantly kill him. Understood. Yes, we can definitely kill him. The 3 domain lords replied excitedly. Their answers were all different. The 3 Sector Lords beside looked passionately at the 3 laser guns. The beautiful woman in the throne said coldly, the 3 of you Sector Lords, just relying on your own strength is enough. Remember the target's looks and clothing. Yes, the 6 replied respectfully. He's different from you. The beautiful woman said, his wealth isn't any less than your supreme elders. Hence he'll have all sorts of preparations. Or change his looks or other things. Anyway, remember, the moment you meet a universe level 9, no matter what he looks like, just attack. If you find a Cloud Contact Vine's corpse, you'll be able to confirm that he's the target. If you meet a Domain Lord or Sector Lord, don't attack. Your target this time is him. The 3 of you remember this. If you meet a Sector Lord, flee. If he really chases you, use your laser guns to attack. If you meet a Domain Lord, immediately avoid him. If you meet a universe level, kill him. If you meet a Cloud Contact Vine, then use your laser guns. Because your guns can at most fire 9 times. After 9 times, the energy will be depleted. Yes. The 6 of them replied respectfully. The 6 of them finally understood. Even though there were 3 Sector Lords and 3 Domain Lords, the great being before them had obviously placed her hopes on the 3 Domain Lords. That black-haired youth is really unlucky, actually causing a great Undying to hold a grudge against him, and even set up such a vicious trap. However, who knows what his identity is, this great Undying actually doesn't dare to personally kill him, leaving us to do it. Who cares? Anyways, killing within Demon Mountain is permitted by the Virtual Universe Company. The 6 of them were lost in their thoughts. If we succeed in killing him, the 6 of you, including your 1,000-star sect, I'll reward all of you. The beautiful woman said, I hope the 6 of you don't disappoint me. You should know what the consequences of doing so are. The beautiful woman's slender fingers gently caressed the throne's armrest, causing it to immediately crumble. The 6 of them were shocked. We will definitely complete this mission with our lives. The 6 of them said respectfully. HM. The beautiful woman nodded. Within the majestic, continuous Demon Mountain, the deep and vast cave walls were slightly black. However, the surface of the rocks had a layer of ice. Whether it was the walls or the ground, they were all covered in a layer of ice. The formless cold energy made Luo Feng, who was walking within the cave, crease his eyebrows. The cold energy pierced through the Cloud Contact armor and pierced his skin. This is Demon Note Mountain. It's already so cold. That ice mountain must be even more exaggerated. Luo Feng gently took a deep breath, feeling countless amounts of cold energy enter his abdomen. In an instant, his organs felt numb. It's really cold. Luo Feng suddenly stopped. The cave was about 10 kilometers high and 80 kilometers wide. It was so big that a city could be built in it. So many tunnels? Luo Feng gazed ahead. There were many large and small caves, extending into hundreds of tunnels. Who? How? Gusts of wind whistled through the passageways, like the wailing of ghosts and the howling of wolves. The wailing of ghosts and the howling of wolves faintly produced a strange sound that was sometimes extremely high-pitched and sometimes extremely low. The formless sound directly poured into Luo Feng's consciousness and soul, nourishing and quietly bewitching his soul. This bit of hypnosis, and you dare to come before me, humph. Within his consciousness, Luo Feng's willpower that was as sharp as a blade immediately condensed countless consciousness into a blade. The blade was cold and penetrating and incomparably condensed. Any hypnosis that dared to get close would be destroyed. This was Luo Feng's willpower after 80 years of training in the endless killing aura of Blood River World. He had reached his limit and reached an incomparably terrifying level. His second brother, the Thunder God, thought Luo Feng was too extreme. Luo Feng was extreme, and he had always been extreme. It was absolutely cold like a mirror and absolutely sharp like a blade. There was no compromise at all. Demon Note Mountain. Different regions have different hypnosis abilities. Some are strong, some are weak. The moment one falls for it, they'll become zombies, without even a chance to struggle. I can't be careless. Demon Note Mountain still has the aboriginals and the beasts within. I'll follow my previous arrangements. Luo Feng stood on the ice layer and swiftly took off his colored armor, army pants, and boots. Simultaneously, he took out the armor he had prepared for this impossible level adventure. The entire armor was silver in color, completely made according to the armor commonly seen in Nine-Star Ocean. The material was F-grade metal. Maybe using F-grade metal to build a universe ship like the Yin Mo planet ship was something Luo Feng couldn't afford. However, just the amount of metal needed to create an armor wasn't a problem for the current Luo Feng. This is the impossible level and not the dangerous level from before. That colored armor is obviously not enough. Luo Feng immediately put on the silver armor and arm guard, simultaneously keeping the screen in his storage ring. Simultaneously, he contacted the Cloud Contact Vine, letting the Cloud Contact armor grow a pair of black horns on his forehead. Immediately, 2 dark red horns extended from his forehead, after which the color changed and became black. Black horns, a simple and unadorned silver battle armor. On his back was a black blade. His entire barbaric aura rose greatly. Very good. Even though the aboriginals kill each other, the intensity isn't that exaggerated. The moment my identity as a majesty is revealed, I'll really go crazy. This red tag is very dangerous too. It's a hot potato. Luo Feng's thoughts moved, keeping the red tag in his storage ring. When I return, I'll have to get a black tag on me. I have to disguise myself well. Luo Feng was very clear. Only by disguising himself as one of the natives would he be able to take advantage of the situation. The danger level would be drastically reduced. So, Luo Feng randomly chose one of the hundreds of tunnels and entered it, heading deeper into Demon Note Mountain. P.S. Second chapter has arrived. Continue writing the third. Chapter 569. When Luo Feng entered Demon Note Mountain, the thousands of aboriginals were still lining up to receive their tags, after which they would either head to Demon Note Mountain or Ice Mountain, and they all had to enter from the 10,000 caves. So, a disc-shaped light purple ship flew into the canyon of Demon Mountain, following which the cabin door opened and 6 silhouettes flew out and kept the ship. These 6 were the 6 warriors that official PU had arranged for the 1,000 Star Sect. The leader of the 1,000 Star Sect was after all an Undying, and was considered a core member of the Virtual Universe Company, and had roamed the vast universe before. Hence the Domain Lords and Sector Lords of the 1,000 Star Sect all had universe ships. Normal universe ships were very cheap. Of course, the Domain Lords didn't have a large enough storage ring to store the universe ships, while the Sector Lords could store them in their internal worlds. Buy and look, so many people are still lining up getting their tags one by one. 1 second, thousands of people would still need 1 to 2 hours. Don't get careless. We have to hurry. We can't miss this time. If we miss this, we'll have to wait for another 10,000 people to gather before we can enter. The 6 immediately flew towards the distant palace. Official PU took only a few minutes to reach the 1,000-star sect. Giving the order also took a few minutes. They took about 10 minutes to arrive in the ship too. At this time, only a small half of the thousands of Aboriginals had gotten their tags. As for the tags, the virtual universe company's workers wouldn't be very efficient with these Aboriginals. An hour later, go to Demon Note Mountain. According to the god's orders, the 6 of us will split up. That way it'll be easier to meet the target. We'll split up here. The 6 followed the same path and entered, reaching a fork in the road. They immediately split up and followed 6 different paths, heading forward. Actually, the majority of those entering Demon Note Mountain were universe levels. There were very few domain lords, and even fewer sector lords. Hence, the weakest of the 6 were domain lord level 9. The true danger in Demon Note Mountain was the Demon Note and the beasts. The other Aboriginals were of little threat to them, unless their luck was extremely bad, and they met very few sector lords in the vast Demon Note Mountain. A young martial artist with a long black horn was carefully traversing through the vast and deep cavern passages. The countless cavern passages were intertwined with each other. Yang, Wu. Every time he heard a demon note, Luo Feng would immediately slow down and stop, not daring to increase his speed. He was afraid that he would enter the area where the demon notes were extremely powerful. Even though he was confident in himself, he knew that he couldn't act rashly. Luo Feng, there's a domain Lord level 3 fighter 18. 2 kilometers ahead of you. Babada's voice resounded in Luo Feng's consciousness. It's in the pathway I'm on? Luo Feng creased his eyebrows. In the Demon Note Mountain, apart from his 3 clones and the Cloud Contact Vine, he also had Babada to rely on. Babada had an extremely high-end detection device. The range was only 20 kilometers. Although the range was small, the effect was extremely strong. Even world overlords wouldn't be able to discover it. This detector was an expensive one bought by the owner of the UNMO planet, Huyen Bo. Even Luo Feng doesn't have enough cash to buy such a high-end machine. Of course, the range was only 20 kilometers and was suitable for special regions, such as universe secret regions. For example, the Demonic Note Mountain was more suitable. Approaching rapidly, 12. 8 kilometers. 9 kilometers. Babada informed. I see him. Luo Feng looked ahead. The path wasn't completely straight, so Luo Feng only saw the sneaky short fighter when he was around 10 kilometers away. He could even clearly see the black hair on the short fighter's skin. This fighter's eyes were cold as he carefully moved forward. When he saw Luo Feng, he slightly stopped, but immediately after, he snarled and charged over. Universe level 9. Ha! The short warrior laughed. His body flickered twice, and he rushed before Luo Feng. In his hand was a dark red axe. The axe had complicated engravings on it. Luo Feng shook his head. Clang! He immediately drew his blade. Slash! The Cloud Contact Vine on his body naturally exploded with a portion of the domain Lord level 9 Cloud Contact Vine strength. Just this portion of strength alone was more exaggerated than a normal domain Lord level 9 human martial artist. The air violently trembled and compressed. The blood shadow blade with unbelievable speed slashed against the short warrior's axe. Rumble. Like using a huge hammer to smash an ant. The short warrior stared wide-eyed in shock. The axe in his hand was immediately smashed back onto his body. The thick back of the axe immediately caused his body to explode. His bones and flesh pierced out of his armor and fresh blood splattered. Rumble, the entire ground shook violently, and the layer of ice on the surface of the rocks on the ground directly exploded, spreading out in all directions with cracking sounds. Those cracks on the layer of ice extended for over 10 kilometers. Actually, I didn't even want to kill you. Luo Feng swiftly retrieved the 2 black tags from the dead fighter's storage space belt. This was already the 19th black tag Luo Feng had collected. You just happened to block my path and even try to kill me. If I don't kill you, who should I kill? Luo Feng kept the black tags and swiftly advanced again. The 10,000 black tags had an additional reward. That was right. However, the higher the reward, the harder it was. As long as he survived for 3 years in Demon Note Mountain, he would have completed the first mission of surviving for 3 months and the second mission of surviving for 3 years. When that time came, he would get 400,000 points. These 10,000 black tags were even better than 400,000 points. The difficulty was obvious. Every batch only has 10,000 people, and they kill each other. Some of them die in some dangerous areas. Some may even escape early on. Most of the tags end up in the Sector Lord's hands. To collect 10,000 black tags with my current strength, it's indeed an impossible mission. Luo Feng was very clear. He looked down at the dead warrior on the ground and shook his head. My mission is to survive for 3 years. I don't want to kill. However, whoever blocks me, I can only kill them. Luo Feng continued forward, leaving behind the corpse in the shattered ice layer. The extreme low temperature caused the fresh blood to freeze. The shattered ice layer swiftly began to solidify under the low temperature. Not long later, everything would return to normal. Demon Note Mountain was huge. It took up about half of Demon Mountain's area, and the base of Demon Mountain was a shocking 320 million kilometers wide. Its height was a shocking 180 million kilometers. Along with the countless tunnels that intersected with each other like a maze, Luo Feng's cautiousness allowed him to travel 100,000 kilometers a day. Even if he traveled for 3 years, he would probably only reach a portion of Demon Note Mountain. Cautiousness. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. In the blink of an eye, 9 days had passed. In these 9 days, Luo Feng used Babata's scanning to discover a Sector Lord. He immediately turned and left. This was also the only time he got close to a Sector Lord. Other times, he met Domain Lords and large amounts of Universe levels. As they didn't trust each other, Luo Feng didn't want to flee and be chased. Hence, he could only kill those that came to kill him. In 9 days, he collected 112 black tags. My luck is not bad. In these 9 days, I actually didn't meet any terrifying beasts in Demon Mountain. Luo Feng walked in a wide revolving tunnel. Babata maintained his scanning mode. Luo Feng, according to the demon notes you've encountered these past 2 days, you should be in a more dangerous region. The demon notes are obviously stronger. I guess that there should be an extremely dangerous region around here. Babata, according to the information the Virtual Universe Company gave me, the demon note region's danger is unpredictable. It seems extremely safe, but suddenly there's an extremely dangerous region. There's no need to predict. Luo Feng communicated mentally. Simultaneously, he carefully observed the distance. He couldn't completely rely on the scanning device, as the tunnel's visibility was over 20 kilometers. The scanning range of the device was only 20 kilometers. It was very likely that the device didn't discover the enemy, but the enemy had already seen him. Luo Feng, there are 3 Domain Lords 6 kilometers to your left. 6 kilometers? Luo Feng was shocked. He looked to his left. Not far away was a stone wall. Luo Feng let out a sigh of relief. Which means they're in another tunnel. Babata said, the other tunnel has no danger. Why did you inform me? Luo Feng shook his head. Their conversation, I think, is more important to you. Babata said, ah, Luo Feng thought. With a flip of his hand, a small screen appeared. Send me the video of the scene you scanned. Luo Feng said. It's been sent. The small screen in Luo Feng's palm immediately displayed an image. There was an old man, a middle-aged man, and a youth on the same ice layer. These 3 were excitedly staring at the 8 thick books before them. It's the Phoenix sect's secret technique. The one who died must be the upper echelon of the Phoenix sect. Teacher, there's actually someone who killed someone and didn't even take the treasure with him. Haha, you're wrong. It's not a human who killed him. It's a beast. Look, the dents on the corpse's armor. It's obviously from a huge claw strike. Teacher, the youth smiled. We've obtained the Phoenix Sect's secret technique here. Does that count as another form of inheritance? Don't compare this technique to the inheritance. The old man shouted. The Phoenix Sect's technique is indeed very precious. However, this inheritance forbidden land is called Demon Mountain by the Virtual Universe Company, and they even send many powerful beings there. And I've heard that the Virtual Universe Company would occasionally send some undyings to explore Demon Mountain, just to obtain the inheritance of the Forbidden Land. Ah, undyings coming to accept the inheritance? The two beside were shocked. Luo Feng, who was looking at the screen, was shocked too. You don't know about this. This is a secret of our 9-star ocean. The old man said, Inheritance Forbidden Land. Why is it called that? Because this ancient god mountain exists for the sake of the inheritance. Its existence is incredibly long. It can be traced back to 9-star ocean's history. It can be traced back to before the Virtual Universe Company controlled Demon Mountain. Anyway, this inheritance forbidden land has an inheritance that even the Virtual Universe Company covets. How strong is the Virtual Universe Company? That shouldn't be possible. The two disciples couldn't believe it. Cough. The old man coughed twice, snorting softly. The Virtual Universe Company is an absolute leviathan in the universe. It's very strong. However, they often arrange for powerful beings and undyings to enter to try and obtain the inheritance. This is the truth. This is our 9-star ocean's most ancient inheritance. Whoever obtains it would truly rise to the skies. Luo Feng looked at the teacher and disciples' conversation. Very quickly, the video ended. Luo Feng frowned. Inheritance? Demon Mountain? Inheritance Forbidden Land? Asterisk, 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 asterisk 300 was over. He suddenly thought of something. Last year today, this night, was the ending of 9 Cauldrons. Tomato had put a lot of thought into this book and was very satisfied with it. If you haven't read it, you can go take a look. It was Monday now. I'll pull up the recommendation votes. Everyone, please vote for Tomato today. If you have a monthly vote, please vote for him too. The monthly votes almost made it back to 3rd place. Chapter 570. Demon Mountain actually has an inheritance that even the Virtual Universe Company covets? Luo Feng pondered. Demon Mountain's history was incomparably long, even before the Virtual Universe Company took control of the absolute beginning region. Hence, such a naturally formed Demon Mountain, if it had an inheritance, then it would definitely be extraordinary. Letting the undyings go in was very normal. However, was there really an inheritance? Luo Feng frowned. It's very possible. The 9-star ocean aboriginals called Demon Mountain the inheritance forbidden land for trillions of years. They definitely wouldn't call it that for no reason. There has to be a reason. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed, and the old man Babata scanned so confidently, saying that undyings frequently enter. There has to be some truth behind it. Undyings entering, what do? To be able to attract undyings, it probably isn't a normal treasure. That old man said that the Virtual Universe Company frequently arranges for the higher beings and undyings to enter. I'm afraid it's because he thinks that I and the others are higher beings. They probably don't know that we're on a training mission. Luo Feng smiled. Suddenly he was stunned. Not right. Luo Feng's eyes stared wide, his eyes gleaming with a terrifying light. Training mission? Wrong. 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 Luo Feng's mind flashed, immediately guessing a few secrets. The onlooker sees more clearly than the person involved. This sentence is indeed correct. We who are on a training mission don't understand at all. However, the aboriginals have probably seen the truth. Training mission. If it's purely for adventure, the Virtual Universe Company can totally create an adventure environment for the geniuses to do so. Is there a need to send us to some faraway secret region or some naturally formed mysterious place to adventure? Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. I'm afraid the training mission is just one aspect. The more important thing is to give us a chance to improve by leaps and bounds. From the Blood River World mission, I can see the Virtual Universe Company's way of thinking. Blood River World's Blood River Crystal is a forbidden item. However, the Virtual Universe Company still lets us enter to do the training mission. Why? It's to let us have the chance to absorb the crystal, our strength and comprehension, etc. will all rise. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. Right, that's it. The training mission isn't just training. There are probably some special opportunities waiting for us geniuses. Luo Feng squinted. In his mind, he recalled the few dangerous quests he had experienced before. The first time was during the Blood River World mission, where he had obtained a huge fortune and gained a huge advantage. However, very obviously, this opportunity was given by the Virtual Universe Company. The second time was the Dragon Pagoda Planet mission. Back then, when he was hunting dragons, he found that the Dragon Pagoda Planet was very strange. There were too many dragons born on the Dragon Pagoda Planet, and they were all extremely powerful. It was inconceivable for an ancient planet to give birth to so many powerful dragons. And the holy land of the Dragon Pagoda Planet was a towering pagoda, also known as the Dragon Pagoda. However, there were too many powerful dragons around the Dragon Pagoda. Back then, he only wanted to complete his mission and did not recklessly charge in. The third Void Cliff mission, the Void Cliff, was an endless cliff that floated in space. Between the cliff and the abyss, there were peculiar, thick chains. The Void Cliff was simply too peculiar. Luo Feng was extremely cautious back then. He only dove a few thousand km deep into the abyss, and after collecting the mission items, he immediately fled. 5 dangerous level missions. This 6th was an impossible level mission. This impossible level mission was even simpler. There were 2 missions. The first was to survive for 3 months, 100,000 points. The second was to survive for 3 years, 300,000 points. These places, none of them are simple, just to test and train people. With the Virtual Universe Company's almost omnipotent abilities, they can easily create dangerous environments. There's no need to spend so much effort to send people to these dangerous secret areas. And like the Blood River Crystal, these are forbidden items. Luo Feng creased his eyebrows. I think these places all have their own secrets. And these secrets, some of them are probably very beneficial to us. What was the goal of the Virtual Universe Company? Training and training. These dangerous areas had some opportunities within them, which were actually the true hidden rewards of the training missions. Right? It should be like that. Otherwise, there's no need for us to forcefully enter these dangerous areas just to train. There's no need for that. For us to go to Blood River World, there's probably a hope that we can become a Blood Warrior or even a Black Warrior. For us to go to Dragon Pagoda Planet or the Void Cliff, there's probably some hope too. For the absolute geniuses to enter Demon Mountain, there's probably a hidden hope that we can obtain the inheritance of the forbidden areas. Luo Feng nodded. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that it should be like that. This was the correct way to train geniuses. While training, it also gave them opportunities. Whether it's becoming a Black Warrior or obtaining the inheritance of the forbidden areas, it'll probably be very difficult. Otherwise, within the trillion years of Demon Mountain in Nine Star Ocean, there would have been tales of geniuses obtaining the inheritance long ago. The Virtual Universe Company wouldn't have to send in a few undyings then. Luo Feng nodded within. This ancient Demon Mountain most likely had an inheritance, and obtaining it was extremely difficult. The Virtual Universe Company only gave the geniuses a chance to obtain it. Right? Definitely. Outside Blood River World is the Tian Shur Palace, with a powerful being like the Tian Shur Palace leader stationed there. That Void Cliff also has many undyings training hard on it. There are large amounts of Sector Lords and undying stationed at the foot of Demon Mountain too. Just by looking at the majestic palaces, one can tell how many undyings there are. Luo Feng nodded within. There's no big secret. If it's just a training ground, what's the point of arranging so many undyings? Luo Feng stood on the ice boulder and pondered. The more he thought, the more certain he was, his face filled with excitement. Luo Feng, 19. 6 kilometers ahead of you. There's a 39 tall bear that looks like Earth's bear. It's a completely silver-white beast. It's getting closer. Babata's voice resounded in Luo Feng's mind. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. Looking ahead carefully, in the distance he saw a simple and honest silver-white bear. This bear's eyes were silver-white, its entire body almost like it was carved out of silver-white ice. It was walking slowly. A beast that's on par with the demon notes in Demon Mountain. Beasts were special life forms that naturally formed in Demon Mountain. They were formed from the ice-cold energy of Demon Mountain. They had very simple consciousness. In terms of intelligence, they probably couldn't even compare to the cats and dogs of Earth. One could say they were extremely stupid. However, because they were incredibly stupid, the beasts only knew one thing. As long as they discovered a non-beast life form, they would immediately attack. Any scheme would be ineffective against their extremely simple consciousness. From the energy it emits, its strength is comparable to a universe level 3. Babata's voice resounded in Luo Feng's mind. Howl! That silver-white bear looked at Luo Feng and immediately let out an excited howl before rushing over. So. His speed was extremely fast. With just a blurry afterimage, he charged in front of Luo Feng. Such a cute beast. Luo Feng pulled out his blood shadow blade, and in an instant he flashed past the bear, simultaneously slicing through its head. A chunk of its head was sliced off. The hard ice chunk flew and smashed into the boulder beside, emitting a clear clang. However, the beast didn't stop at all. It continued to howl, continuously attacking Luo Feng. His blade flashed again and again. Luo Feng injured the bear time and again. Finally, the entire beast was sliced into pieces, and countless ice shards fell on the ground. What a special life form. Its entire body is made of hard ice. Even though I've sliced it into pieces, its simple consciousness still hasn't dissipated. Luo Feng was shocked as he looked at the countless ice shards on the ground. These shards were slowly closing in. 2 ice shards swiftly fused when they touched. The information said that beasts don't die. So that's the reason. Luo Feng shook his head and swiftly left. He didn't have the patience to fight a beast with a consciousness that was even simpler than a cat or dog. His luck this time was good. The beasts he met were weaker. The beasts in Demon Mountain were at the pinnacle of Sector Lord, and some of them often appeared in groups. In a crystal-clear, deep ice tunnel, there was a lean man wearing black armor and a black horn. His eyes were faintly burning with flames. He walked forward as if he was taking a stroll in the park. At the same time, an invisible world force spread out and searched the surrounding area of 1,000 kilometers. His eyes gleamed. So, he immediately became a beam of light. With his Sector Lord level 6 strength, he almost instantly followed the winding tunnel and rushed to 1,000 kilometers away. 1,000 kilometers away, a domain Lord level 8 old man and a universe level 9 youth were carefully advancing. They were even discussing softly, "Grandfather, we just need to persevere for 2 more days, and it'll be a month. When that time comes, we'll be able to join the virtual universe company." "Who is it?" The grandfather and grandson immediately saw a beam of light attack them. Their expressions changed, and they immediately tried to flee. Rumble. A scorching flame spread out fiercely, burning the surrounding few kilometers. That domain Lord level 8 old man and the universe level 9 youth were immediately burnt to death. The black-horned skinny man, his burning eyes gazed at the surroundings of the universe level 9 youth's corpse. "There's no cloud contact vine remains." After which he waved with one hand and took the space bracer and storage ring into his hands. He carefully inspected them. There's no red tag either. This universe level 9 isn't the target the God Leader is looking for. The black-horned skinny man shook his head. "Not only did we not find the target, we even have over 1,000 black tags." "Continue." The black-horned skinny man continued to search, using his world energy to search the surrounding 1,000 kilometers area. P.S. Chapter 1 here. Chapter 571. The cold wind howled through the vast ice tunnels. Luo Feng endured the wind and the cold, moving forward step by step like lightning. Ow! See? The wind mixed with a peculiar sound. Some were so high that one couldn't even hear it. However, it permeated into Luo Feng's consciousness. The hypnotism soundlessly grew stronger and weaker along with the sound of the wind. Luo Feng's gaze was sharp, moving forward step by step, not at all affected by it. Rumble, almost as though his blade, like pure willpower, was penetrated by the formless sound waves, causing his entire body to tremble. Luo Feng's body trembled. His expression changed. That's terrifying. I wasn't even on guard at all, and this hypnotism sound's power actually rose by a few hundred times. Luo Feng was shocked within. The sound of the wind mixed with each other in an instant before it formed an extremely strong overlay effect, causing Luo Feng's strong willpower to tremble for a moment. The true threat usually comes suddenly from a seemingly safe environment. Indeed, a demon note. Luo Feng squinted, after which he continued forward. After a few thousand km, he arrived at a crystal-clear ice world. Countless layers of ice covered the rock layers, forming vast and beautiful caves. Outside these caves were naturally formed ice patterns. It was very beautiful. A total of 816 caves. Which one should I enter? Luo Feng's gaze swept, suddenly landing on a distant octagonal deep cave. He could feel that this octagonal deep cave entrance was a little special. This one, completely relying on his instincts, Luo Feng swiftly entered this cave. At the intersection of these 817 caves, occasionally an aboriginal warrior would appear from one cave and enter another unknown cave. Half an hour later, the black-horned skinny man walked out from one of the caves. Looking at the other 816 caves, he couldn't help but frown. So many caves? The black-horned skinny man's gaze landed on the octagonal cave entrance. This cave doesn't feel normal. Let's go in and take a look. So, with a single step, he had already stepped into the deep cave. The deep cave was about 12 kilometers wide and had different heights. The ice layers were either hanging upside down like spears above the cave or carved into the rock walls in all kinds of strange shapes. As the black-horned skinny man walked, his world force spread out over 1,000 kilometers. Region Lord Level 8? The lean man frowned slightly, and his body instantly blurred. At the same time, he traversed thousands of kilometers in pursuit. Seeing the figure rushing over from afar, a bearded, silver-white, horned, middle-aged man who was fleeing at top speed turned his head to look. His expression instantly changed, and he shouted, "Master of the Flame World, I'm from the Star Conglomerate sect." Boom! Flames erupted, instantly turning everything within a few li into a sea of fire. The 8th Order Domain Lord was instantly burned to death. "Since you know I'm Wu Qi, you shouldn't be alive." The black-horned skinny man snorted coldly. "It doesn't matter if we can kill the target this time or not. In the end, I will still deliberately not take out the token and pretend that I failed the Devil Mountain and return to the sect. I'm a sector lord. I don't want to go to the virtual universe company and be ordered around by others." These represented the two different viewpoints of the 9-star Ocean Warriors. The first was to become a strong warrior and join the virtual universe company to explore the vast universe. Most of the warriors weren't willing to just stay in 9-star Ocean. The second was to be high up in 9-star Ocean, not wanting to join the virtual universe company and be at the bottom, not wanting to be ordered around. And the Flame Sector Lord Wu Qi was the second. There are quite a lot of black tags. There's actually a total of 726 of them. The black-horned skinny man shook his head. "I didn't expect to get so many at first, but in the blink of an eye, I've already gotten over 2,000. Continuing forward, he leisurely proceeded forward. However, in reality, he was extremely cautious. To him, the most dangerous thing in Demon Mountain was the Demon Note. The legendary terrifying Demon Note was something even many Sector Lord Pinnacle Warriors couldn't withstand, instantly losing themselves and becoming walking corpses. Half an hour later, Universe Level 9? The black-horned skinny man's eyes gleamed. He had been maintaining a 1,000 kilometers area of world energy scanning for a new target. I hope it's a target. The Sector Lord Wu Qi, who had already failed over 100 times, thought. So, he immediately rushed towards a target. About 1,000 kilometers away from the black-horned skinny man, within the same wide and deep pathway, Luo Feng was constantly advancing. Hua! The world energy swept past. Luo Feng didn't even feel it, continuing to advance. Luo Feng. World energy just swept past. Babada's voice resounded fiercely within Luo Feng's consciousness. What? Luo Feng was shocked. Hurry and leave. Luo Feng immediately unleashed his movement, immediately becoming a blur and fleeing into the distance. His speed was extremely fast. Even though he was fleeing, Luo Feng wasn't too nervous. Because these few days in Demon Mountain, he had indeed discovered Sector Lords from afar, and he had fled long before. And Sector Lords usually didn't care about chasing a universe-level punk, hence he hadn't encountered any danger. It's probably the same as before. As long as I keep a distance, I'll be fine. Luo Feng thought. Luo Feng, he's not even 20 kilometers away from you. Babada screamed. He's here, he's catching up. Luo Feng turned fiercely. Rumble. With his naked eye, he could see the distant black-horned skinny man that had become a fiery red beam of light. That man was staring at Luo Feng. His killing intent was extremely obvious. Damn, a Sector Lord has to chase after a universe level. Luo Feng gritted his teeth. Shua. Switching with the Masha clansmen in his internal world, Luo Feng had long prepared for any dangerous situations. Hence, when he entered Demon Mountain, the Masha clansman in his internal world had already become exactly the same as his earth body, with the same long black horn and silver armor. And even the life energy of the Masha clansman was exactly the same as his earth body. Obviously, he relied on his natural ability to copy. Because even if it was the same soul, different clansmen, due to their different life forms, the energy would still be different. Hence, he had to rely on his natural ability to copy. So, the Masha clansman immediately unleashed the illusionary techniques, his speed exploding. Life or death moment. He couldn't care about anything else. The black-horned skinny man, Sector Lord Wu Qi, as usual, leisurely chased after the universe level 9 youth. Anyway, he killed without mercy. He actually discovered me. He's actually fleeing. It's a pity his speed is too slow. Sector Lord Wu Qi excitedly chased. His casual speed was much faster than Luo Feng's earth body's maximum speed. Very quickly, the distance between the two shrunk to 20 kilometers. The two could see each other with a glance. At this time, Luo Feng immediately switched bodies. He seems to have undergone some changes. Sector Lord Wu Qi thought. As Luo Feng switched bodies almost instantaneously, plus his appearance, clothing, and life energy were all exactly the same. Even though this Sector Lord Wu Qi could faintly feel some changes in that instant, he didn't notice at all. The Luo Feng he was observing had instantly switched bodies. Masha clansman. Full speed explosion. Maybe in terms of maximum speed, the Masha clansman couldn't compare to the Sector Lord level 6 Wu Qi. However, in terms of instantaneous explosive speed, Masha Luo Feng definitely far surpassed Wu Qi. So, in an instant, Masha Luo Feng had already fled 1,000 kilometers away, completely disappearing from Wu Qi's world energy scanning range. What? That fast? Wu Qi's expression changed. How can a universe level 9 be that fast? At least there's no such person in 9-star Ocean. To be able to reach such a shocking speed, he must have used some special methods. He's probably the God Lord's target. Wu Qi had already killed many universe level 9s, but he'd never met such a peculiar one. Firstly, he noticed him early, and secondly, he ran too quickly. This made Wu Qi realize he had very likely met the target. Chase. Rumble. Sector Lord Wu Qi became a beam of light and swiftly chased along the vast stone pathway. Simultaneously, his world energy madly expanded, reaching 10,000 kilometers in area. Immediately, he once again sensed the distant silhouette fleeing. However, This pathway wasn't a straight line, but a winding one, hence Sector Lord Wu Qi couldn't keep accelerating. Just like the 100m race before Earth's nirvana, if one ran in a straight line, they might be able to make it within 10 seconds. However, if it was an S-shaped track, the 100m track would twist and turn 10 times. They wouldn't be able to reach their maximum speed. One theory: Sector Lord Wu Qi and Masha Luo Feng both instantly accelerated, decelerated, turned, etc. Under such an environment, the Masha clansman, who had extremely high comprehension of the space laws and was the darling of the universe space laws, displayed its greatest advantage: instant explosive speed. Xiao, xiao, xiao. With 3 flashes, he vanished from Sector Lord Wu Qi's 10,000 kilometers world energy scanning area. Luckily, the pathway is winding, otherwise I'd have to use the Golden Horn Beast. Masha Luo Feng thought as he fled. Through Babata's scanning, he could deduce that the opponent was Sector Lord level 6. Back in Blood River World, the Masha clansman had killed Sion with domain Lord level 9 strength. Sion was Sector Lord level 5. However, the battle techniques of Blood River World were very normal, and those spirit weapons were very normal too, because Blood River World and the Virtual Universe Company were considered enemies. However, 9-Star Ocean was different. 9-Star Ocean was actually ruled over. Those 9 ancient planets had many sects, undyings, and ships. Hence, in terms of techniques and weapons, 9-Star Ocean was much higher than Blood River World. Masha clansmen killing Sion, both were extremely dangerous. And this punk, Sector Lord level 6, with undyings to teach him, in terms of techniques and origin law comprehension, he's probably stronger than Sion. Plus, his own energy is double that of Sion. Unless I use the Golden Horn Beast, otherwise there's no hope. Masha Luo Feng flashed again and again, fleeing into the distance. At this extreme speed, within a minute, he had rushed out of the vast pathway. Rumble. Luo Feng, who was fleeing at his limit, fiercely slowed down. He stared wide and looked ahead. It was an incomparably vast ice forest. There were beasts that were 10m tall, even 100m, even 1,000m tall. The smaller ones were only half a meter long, and they could be seen everywhere. With a glance, there were at least thousands of beasts, of which a few had extremely powerful auras, even more terrifying than the Sector Lord chasing him. Thousands of beasts all turned to look at him simultaneously. How Luo Feng stared wide-eyed, not daring to advance nor retreat, cursing within. I'm really unlucky. I've long felt that this octagonal tunnel wasn't normal. It's really not normal, giving me thousands of beasts at once. P.S. 2 chapters have been updated. Chapter 572. The scenery of the vast ice forest was beautiful. All kinds of black rocks and ice formed a unique scenery. And in this vast ice forest, there lived a group of extremely stupid but terrifying phantom beasts. Some were big, some were small, and according to their strength, they naturally formed their own territories. This was purely subconscious. These thousands of beasts, the weakest were universe level, the strongest were Sector Lord Pinnacle, of which there were Sector Lord level beasts. Luo Feng estimated that there were 12 of them, and Sector Lord Pinnacle level 9 beasts were the 3 with the most majestic auras. One of them was 2 kilometers long, almost like a huge lizard. Its body was made of ice, and the scales could be seen clearly. There was also a humanoid beast that was about 800 meters tall. It looked like a giant mechanical puppet. The last one was a ferocious bird-type phantom beast with 6 pairs of icy wings. These 3 Pinnacle Sector Lord phantasmal beasts each occupied 3 regions of the ice forest. There were large groups of phantasmal beasts gathered around them. There's a pack of wolves ahead and a tiger behind. What do I do? Luo Feng fiercely slowed, raging. Howl, with a glance, in a vast 1,000 kilometers area, most of the thousands of beasts were stunned as they turned to look at Luo Feng. Without hesitation, the hundreds closest to the cave began to roar, simultaneously flying, sprinting, flashing, almost like 10,000 horses galloping towards Luo Feng. Kill. Kill all beings that weren't beasts. These beasts' consciousness were extremely simple. However, it gave countless demon mountain challengers headaches. There was no way to make them not attack humans. Also, beasts were a special life form. They had no souls. Even if they were cut into thousands of pieces, they would still be ice cubes. However, these special ice cubes were infused with their own consciousness. No one knew what this consciousness carried. Soul attacks were useless against them. Rumble. Hundreds of different types of beasts charged at the same time. The ice forest shook. Some of the ice layers were smashed apart. Damn! Luo Feng stared wide-eyed, gritting his teeth. I'll risk it all. So, he turned into a stream of light and directly collided with a group of illusionary beasts. As Luo Feng's own energy level wasn't that strong, of the hundreds of beasts that were attracted over, the strongest was a Sector Lord level 1 or 2. The rest were Domain Lord and Universe level beasts. And as Luo Feng became a beam of light and rushed towards the beasts, the Masha clansman's advantage, speed exploded. Boom! Luo Feng clashed with a Clawed Universe level 8 or 9 beast with an energy level. Luo Feng wielded the Blood Shadow Blade and stabbed furiously at the Four Hooves armored beast before him. Domain Lord level 9 and Universe level 8 level 9. The huge difference in power allowed Luo Feng to instantly pierce through the ice on the beast's body. Rumble, crack, crack. Countless pieces of ice were pierced and shattered. Luo Feng's entire being entered the beast's body. The moment it entered the Mirage beast's body, change. Luo Feng's eyes flashed. Hua! His entire body instantly transformed into a black stream of air. At the same time, the black stream of air condensed and quickly turned into a simple and adorable bear made of ice. Its appearance was completely the same as the first beast Luo Feng killed. Only its height was much lower. It was only an 8M tall bear-type beast. Copy. Natural ability. Copy. The aura completely became that of the bear-type beast he killed before. Actually, all of the beast's auras were similar. The only difference was how strong their auras were. Of course, the auras of humans and beasts were completely different. Although it seemed slow, in truth, when Luo Feng rushed to the ice forest, he was met with hundreds of beasts rushing over. He immediately rushed towards one of them. A collision like Mars colliding with Earth. An intense explosion. Countless pieces of ice shot in all directions. The ground was littered with ice. Ow! An 8M tall ice bear-type beast with an aura of Universe level 3 walked out from the exploded ice, letting out a low roar. The other hundreds of beasts immediately slowed down and stopped, searching for their target, that human. However, they couldn't see him. Even simpler than a cat or dog, they didn't even think about why the human disappeared. These beasts only knew one thing. Since they couldn't find the human, they would return to their nest and continue living. Sector Lord Wu Qi had completely become a ball of burning flame, chasing with shocking speed towards his target. It must be him, Universe level 9, yet he was able to discover me early. Furthermore, his speed when escaping had reached such an unbelievable level. He must have some special secret techniques or some special treasures. And these are definitely not things the warriors in Nine-Star Ocean can have. Sector Lord Wu Qi's eyes were burning. It must be the target the god wants to kill. Only a Universe level 9 that even the god wants to kill, yet doesn't dare to kill himself, would have such methods. Wu Qi naturally understood. Even their 1,000-star sect senior sect leader had to kneel and call him master. What kind of position was that? And such a being didn't dare to use other methods to kill a Universe level 9 youth. He could only go through them and use the rules of the Virtual Universe Company to kill that youth in Demon Mountain. Obviously, that youth's position was very high. His background was very special too. At least his background was terrifying. It wasn't something that the great being could mess with. Understanding was one thing. However, Wu Qi had no choice. If he disobeyed, they would die immediately. Hence, he could only do his best to search, and killing people in Demon Mountain was against the rules of the Virtual Universe Company. He had never heard of killing people in Demon Mountain had to be punished. Rumble. Sector Lord Wu Qi immediately rushed out of the cave and into the ice forest. My God! Sector Lord Wu Qi stared. Ahead in the vast ice forest, hundreds of beasts were slowing down. The ice shards from the explosions were falling to the ground. That 8 m tall ice bear was still roaring. Wah! The hundreds of illusionary beasts, as well as the other quiet illusionary beasts in the ice forest, seemed to have sensed the powerful aura of the Sector Lord, and all turned their heads to look. Thousands of beasts, almost 99% of them, all looked at the Sector Lord Wu Qi, who had rushed into the ice forest. Howl! The Sector Lord Level 9 Energy Lizard Beast immediately let out a sky-shaking roar. Rumble! It was the first to rush towards Sector Lord Wu Qi. Howl, howl, the other few Sector Lord level beasts under the lizard beast, as well as over 1,000 more, all roared as they followed their leader, madly charging towards the human fighter, and the tall human beast and the fierce flying beast. These two Sector Lord level 9 peak beasts only looked over but didn't chase. Within the entire ice forest, about a third of the beasts rushed towards Sector Lord Wu Qi. My God! Sector Lord Wu Qi's pupils constricted, his face pale. So many beasts? Rumble! He turned and became a fire beam, darting into the deep cave and swiftly escaping. As a 9-star ocean warrior, Wu Qi was very clear on how terrifying the beasts were. Even though they were dumb, they didn't have any weak points. Even if they were sliced in half, the beasts would still continue to attack. Hence, in the same level of humans and beasts, the beasts that didn't have any weak points were much more terrifying. Soul attacks were useless. Blades and swords slashed and pierced through their heads were all useless. Owl! The lizard beast was as fast as lightning, leading the chase. The 4 Sector Lord level beasts followed closely behind. Following was a large group of Domain Lord level beasts roaring as they chased. Howl! A cute ice bear type beast followed the large army of over 1,000 universe level beasts, rumbling as they followed the cave, killing their way over. That ice bear's silver eyes scanned its surroundings. Still all right. They're really like me. These extremely simple-minded beasts have completely treated me as one of them. Hee, my body structure and energy, they're all standard beasts. Masha Luo Feng became this ice bear within the vast beast army. He muttered within as he followed the crowd and chased after Sector Lord Wu Qi. Of course, the main force of the chase was the Sector Lord Pinnacle Lizard Beast and the 4 Sector Lord Beasts. The army behind was purely following their leader. Sector Lord Wu Qi gave it his all, madly fleeing. His world energy spread over 10,000 kilometers, scanning for any pursuers behind. I'm too unlucky. I was just chasing a universe-level punk, and I actually chased all the way to the beast's nest. Thousands of beasts, with 3 Sector Lord Pinnacle 9 beasts. Any one of them could easily kill me. Sector Lord Wu Qi, at this time, couldn't care less about the order to kill. He only knew he had to protect his own life. So, the winding and winding tunnels, sometimes wide and sometimes narrow. Sector Lord Wu Qi was incredibly agile, constantly turning and accelerating. In comparison, the lizard phantom beast, whose body length alone reached 2 kilometers, was obviously more affected when it ran. Because the deep passageways were generally only a few kilometers wide, it was unable to burst out with the maximum speed it should have. Because of the tunnel before, Sector Lord Wu Qi couldn't catch up to Luo Feng. And at this time, and because of the tunnel, Sector Lord Wu Qi had shaken off the lizard beast. I've shaken it off. It's already over 10,000 kilometers away from me. When the Realm Lord Wu Qi discovered that there were no lizard beasts within the 10,000 kilometer radius, he heaved a sigh of relief. However, he still continued to fly and run. In one breath, he ran to the end of the passageway, the intersection of the 817 caves. That universe level 9 was probably killed by the beast horde. Sector Lord Wu Qi looked at the octagonal cave behind him, frowning. According to the god's orders, I have to confirm that punk's identity to complete the mission. But the place where he died was in the ice forest. Chapter 573. To confirm Luo Feng's death. The most important thing was to see the remains of the cloud contact vine, and the red tag had a secondary effect. If I were to enter the ice forest and get surrounded by the beasts, I would definitely die, much less him. However, I have to confirm his identity. Sector Lord Wu Qi stood at the intersection of the 817 caves, anxious and unbearable. What to do? He couldn't enter, nor could he leave. I'll enter the virtual universe network and find the others. Sector Lord Wu Qi sent out a thread of his consciousness and swiftly connected to the virtual universe network. Different from Blood River World, Nine Star Ocean was a place controlled by the Virtual Universe Company. There were many Aboriginal sector lords and undyings who returned home after exploring the vast universe. This caused the Nine Star Ocean to have universe ships and Virtual Universe network consciousness sensors and other items. Virtual Universe, within an old and simple mansion. Bayan. Sector Lord Wu Qi sat in a chair. A screen floated before him. Very quickly, a black-horned man appeared on the screen. It was the strongest warrior of the six from the 1,000-star sect, Sector Lord Level 9 Bayan. Wu Qi, you're looking for me? Bayan asked on the screen. I think I found the target. Wu Qi's eyes seemed to be burning with a cold flame. Bayan revealed a look of glee. This mission was actually a hot potato. They were very clear that the target's background wasn't simple. However, they had no choice but to come. If Sector Lord Wu Qi could kill the target, Bayan would be incomparably happy. Are you sure? There's no way. Wu Qi shook his head. What's going on? Bayan was curious. It's like this. I discovered a universe level 9 youth earlier. Sector Lord Wu Qi began to describe from start to finish. Bayan was silent for a while. You're wrong. Bayan said. Wrong? How could I be wrong? I almost died. That universe level 9 would definitely die. And he was able to escape from me. He's definitely not from 9 Star Ocean. Sector Lord Wu Qi was extremely confident. Yes, he definitely can't be from 9 Star Ocean. Bayan said. However, Wu Qi, you've forgotten one thing. This demon mountain is frequently visited by powerful beings from the Virtual Universe Company. These beings are all universe level 9s, and they all have many tricks up their sleeves. The one you met was indeed extraordinary, but it might not be the target. It's very likely to be another noble existence. Wu Qi was stunned. Yes, Bayan was right. There was more than one universe level 9 that came to Demon Mountain to explore the universe. Then what should I do now? Wu Qi frowned. Should I stay here and wait for an opportunity, or should I continue searching? How about this? You guard the cave entrance for the time being. Bayan said immediately. After a period of time, sneak into the cave. When you approach the ice forest, you should not be discovered if you carefully retract your aura. Take a peek and see if there are any remains of the cloud scraper vine. I don't think those stupid beasts would destroy the cloud contact vine's remains. Wu Qi pondered for a moment and nodded. In a vast and deep tunnel, after the gigantic lizard beast discovered that its target, the human sector lord, had disappeared, it chased for hundreds of thousands of kilometers in one go. But it still couldn't catch up, so it stopped. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. After a while, the 4-sector lord-level beasts behind swiftly slowed down, stopping behind the lizard beast. Ow! The lizard beast raised its head and roared, causing the entire tunnel to shake. Ow! The other 4-sector lord beasts raised their heads and roared too. After which the lizard beast turned around and returned. The 4-sector lord beasts followed behind. When they were chasing the human, they ran quickly, but when they returned, they just casually ran. Their speed was only a third of before. What's going on? They're returning? A member of the vast army of phantom beasts, the 8-meter-tall, cute ice bear looked around, only to see that the phantom beasts had stopped running. Rumbling sounds could be heard as they followed the leader, the lizard phantom beast, and began to return. Even though the lizard beast and the other 5-sector lord beasts were returning, the other over 1,000 beasts weren't exactly the same. Most of the beasts returned. There were a few that walked leisurely. Even a dozen continued to follow the tunnel, heading toward the human sector lord's direction. Their thinking was extremely simple. Just like a bunch of chickens running around, most of them ran together. However, there were still a few that broke away from the main group. No wonder I met a single beast before. The ice bear Luo Feng walked leisurely, quietly observing the situation around. The beasts like to live in groups. However, occasionally, there are still some that foolishly break away from the group. I wonder if that sector lord is dead or not. If he's dead, I'll be able to leave this tunnel. If he's not dead, he'll probably escape far away. I can still go to other places. The ice bear slowly walked with the other 10 beasts, heading towards the human sector lord's direction. At times the ice bear would run, at times strolling. The other dozen or so magical beasts would occasionally use their huge bodies made of ice to gently knock against the ice bear. During the journey with the 10 beasts, the ice bear Luo Feng ran for a while, shaking off the other beasts. Only then did he increase his speed towards the tunnel entrance. After a while, Luo Feng, I've detected a world energy ripple. It's from that sector lord from before. The running ice bear naturally began to slow down, intentionally using its body to knock into the ice walls beside. After advancing for a while, it turned and returned. There's a beast? The black-horned skinny man guarding the intersection of the 817 caves creased his eyebrows, after which he let out a sigh of relief. It's a universe level 3 beast. What a fool, using its body to knock into the ice. Foolish. He couldn't be bothered to kill a beast. And Wu Qi himself was too afraid of being chased, afraid that killing this beast would attract more beasts. It's returning. That's right. Return to your nest. Sector Lord Wu Qi revealed a smile. The beast had already returned and left the area of his world energy. The ice bear slowly walked through the deep and serene cave passage. When it walked out of the range of the world's power, it suddenly stopped. Luo Feng, we've already left the area of the world energy. Pooh! The ice bear's eyes gleamed. I didn't expect that sector lord to still be here. The place we were at before was 10,003 kilometers from the intersection of Cave 817. According to the distance, that sector lord could very well be hiding at the intersection of Cave 817. Constantly scanning, Babata communicated mentally. That place is extremely safe. The moment he finds a powerful beast chasing him, he can immediately enter another tunnel. The beast probably wouldn't even be able to guess which tunnel he went to. However, he didn't leave. I can't help but suspect. Suspect what? Luo Feng asked. The terror of the beast horde. That sector lord is very clear. If he stays at the intersection, even though it's safe, there's still a chance he'll be chased by the beast. The safest way is to leave far away from here. However, he didn't. In Demon Mountain, he didn't search for the tags, instead guarding the cave entrance. Plus the way he chased you before, I can't help but suspect his true target is you. Babata said. It's me? Luo Feng frowned, recalling the process. Indeed, this sector lord was constantly on guard at the entrance, not daring to relax at all. If it wasn't to kill Luo Feng, there was no need for him to stay at the entrance in fear. Why does he want to kill me? Luo Feng frowned. For the Aboriginals to join the Virtual Universe Company, one was to stay in Demon Mountain for a month or to search for 1,000 black tags or 1 red tag. However, with a sector lord level success strength, searching for 1,000 black tags or staying for a month was very easy. There was no need for him to stay at the entrance in fear. Even if he suspects that you are one of the majesties of the Virtual Universe Company, there's no need for him to kill you. Firstly, killing a certain majesty isn't beneficial to his future development in the Virtual Universe Company. Secondly, there's no need for him to do so. I guess someone wants you to die or wants one of the other 2 majesties to die. Babata said. Want me to die? Luo Feng's expression changed, according to the information. Right now, there were a total of 3 core members of the Virtual Universe Company in Demon Mountain, including himself. His target should be one of you 3 majesties. Babata was very certain, and it's hard to say if the other 2 entered Demon Note Mountain. Hence, the probability of the true target being you should be 50%. 50%. Who wants to kill me? I haven't offended anyone. Luo Feng frowned. Sometimes, people you don't even know will want to kill you. Sometimes, you don't even know who you've offended. Babada said, I've followed your teacher for over 60 million years. I've seen too much deceit. I'll advise you to be careful. Entering Demon Mountain this time isn't simple. Understood. The ice bear let out a low growl and began to return to the ice forest. As the walls of this ice tunnel were simply too thick, the surface layer of ice might be able to crack and shatter. However, the later layers were a few km thick, and there was no way around it. Even the Sector Lord warriors just ran for their lives, not crashing into the rock layers. This meant one thing. This majestic Demon Mountain's black rock was actually extremely tough. After a while, the ice bear slowly returned to the ice forest. Within the vast ice forest, many beasts were quietly living. The ice bear Luo Feng's arrival didn't even draw the attention of the other beasts. How? A 600-long domain, Lord Level 9 flying beast laid on the ice layer, casually flapping its ice wings. That ice wing immediately caused the ice bear to tumble and roll a few rounds. Only after that did the ice bear awkwardly climb back up. In this illusory beast lair, the ice bear shuttled back and forth between many illusory beasts, advancing unceasingly. Since there's no way to leave from that tunnel, I can only see what's on the other end of the ice forest. Luo Feng thought. The ice bear slowly advanced, occasionally letting out a low growl. Update complete. The closer it was to the wedding, the more troublesome the wedding preparations were. However, the update before the wedding would definitely be maintained. Of course, there was no way around the wedding, because the wedding would be held in 3 places: my home, my daughter's house, and my wife's workplace. How complicated. There are many book friends here. Those who are interested could all go and play. Finally, get some votes, monthly votes, recommendation votes. Actually, he really wanted the tomatoes. Chapter 574. The beast hordes around the ice forest were split into 3 groups. Lizard beast, giant human beast, and flying beast. These were the Sector Lord Pinnacle beasts that led these 3 groups. Masha Luo Feng's ice bear form was slow and foolish, walking along with the other beasts. After about 3 hours, he finally walked out of the beast hordes area. Damn! Ice bear Luo Feng let out a sigh of relief within. He turned and glanced back. Within the vast ice forest, there were many beasts living. I finally walked out of the beast hordes area. Only then did ice bear Luo Feng relax a little. The originally foolish ice bear's eyes gleamed as he looked ahead. Ahead, it was still the vast ice forest. Only occasionally there would be a foolish beast that got separated from its group. Anyway, there's no way to retreat. At the other end of the cave, that Sector Lord is guarding it. Right now, I can only continue forward. Ice bear Luo Feng occasionally sprinted, at times leisurely. In a short while, he couldn't see any other beasts in his field of vision. All he could see was the vast ice forest. This ice forest, he couldn't even see the end. Luo Feng continued to advance in his ice bear form. How? The demon notes were sometimes strong and sometimes weak, invading his soul and confusing his consciousness. The moment he was completely affected, he would become a zombie. This is troublesome. Ice bear Luo Feng's advance speed slowed, his silver eyes filled with worry. The deeper I go into the forest, the more terrifying the demon notes I'll occasionally meet. Chi. The silent demon notes invaded Luo Feng's soul. Ice bear Luo Feng's body trembled slightly. This demon note's strength, even in normal Sector Lord Level 3, would be immediately controlled. Luo Feng was shocked within. According to the many islands and information in Fantasy Ocean, he could roughly guess the willpower and consciousness level of one's strength. Just in terms of willpower, he was probably comparable to an undying. It was just that his consciousness was weak, hence he was stuck in Fantasy Ocean's 10th island. And the demon notes, they didn't have any consciousness pressure, they were just illusions. Hence Luo Feng was better at resisting. This was also the reason why he chose Demon Note Mountain. Me, An extremely peculiar sound pierced through Luo Feng's soul. Immediately, 10,000 illusions appeared, one after another, causing one to be immersed in them. Just passing through these 10,000 illusions would take who knows how many years. Break. It was a will that was pure to the extreme. There was absolutely no compromise, and it completely abandoned all influences. Whoosh! The ice bear transformed into a stream of black gas, which then condensed into a human form. Finally, it transformed into the human form of the black-horned youth. This place was already more than 100,000 kilometers away from where they first discovered the phantasmal beasts. In addition, they hadn't found any phantasmal beasts for more than 100,000 kilometers, so it was better to return to human form. Switch! Luo Feng returned to his earth body. It was best not to reveal the Masha clansman body normally. Luo Feng looked at the ice mountain beside. That demon note earlier, even Sector Lord level 6 or 7 probably wouldn't be able to handle it. How strange. Luo Feng creased his eyebrows. I've been in Demon Note Mountain for a while, but the demon notes I've met in the caves are mostly very weak. Even universe levels can withstand it. Occasionally, he would encounter a level that could bewitch the universe, and very rarely, he would encounter a domain lord level demonic note. As for those that can bewitch the sector lord level, it's very, very rare. Looking at the vast forest of ice mountains in front of him, Luo Feng frowned, feeling even more peculiar. This ice forest, the demon note's power was simply too terrifying. Looking at the situation, the deeper he went, the stronger the demon notes would occasionally appear. If this went on, he would probably meet one that could bewitch the Sector Lord Pinnacle. If it grew stronger, it would probably be a demon note that could bewitch the Undyings. At that time, even Luo Feng wouldn't have the confidence to withstand it. Continue? Luo Feng pondered. Go. Luo Feng gritted his teeth, his eyes gleaming. I'm very clear on my limits. This demon note is still very far from it. I want to see just how strong the demon notes in this ice forest are. Luo Feng continued forward. As he continued forward, the demon notes he met were sometimes strong and sometimes weak. However, overall, the demon notes were indeed growing in strength. After walking for another 100,000 kilometers or so, Li Tianlan suddenly stopped. That demon note before was the most terrifying one I've met since entering Demon Note Mountain. It should be able to bewitch normal sector Lord Pinnacle warriors. Luo Feng gritted his teeth, squinting his eyes. His gaze was like a blade, almost materializing. The gaze was the window to the soul. Obviously, Luo Feng was already extremely alert. His willpower and consciousness were condensed to the max. There's still a long way to go before my limit. Luo Feng continued forward, maintaining his alertness, not daring to be careless. However, after walking for just over 2,000 kilometers, he reached the end of the vast ice forest. 3 familiar wide cave passages appeared in front of him. Cave passages? I've reached the end of the ice forest. Luo Feng smiled, suspicious within. This ice forest is filled with strong demon notes. Are there any other secrets? Luo Feng turned around. Looking at the vast ice forest that stretched for 100,000 kilometers, he felt that this ice forest should be special. I'll randomly pick one. Luo Feng immediately walked towards the center of the 3 wide caves. This cave's width was close to 20 kilometers. Its height was about 7 to 8 kilometers. Compared to it, Luo Feng was a tiny speck, like an ant walking on a human's wide walkway. When Luo Feng was about 10 m away from the cave entrance and was about to step in, rumble, out of nowhere, an unimaginable and terrifying suction force was born in the deep cave in front of him. The surrounding space instantly formed a vortex that could be seen with the naked eye. Some of the rocks and ice on the ground were sucked out of the ground and into the deep cave, and Luo Feng was caught off guard. So, his entire body was immediately swallowed by the vast cave entrance, almost as though he was swallowed by a huge mouth. Damn, what's this? Luo Feng stared. Kwong. At the same time that he was being swallowed, a silent demonic sound directly drilled into Luo Feng's sea of consciousness. It was as if a huge gong was violently being struck. Almost instantly, he felt as if his consciousness and willpower were like a boat that had fallen into a raging storm in huge waves. The huge waves came one after another, and the boat seemed like it could capsize at any time. So, because of the demon note's interference, Luo Feng was in a situation where he could capsize at any moment. He couldn't care about anything else. His entire body was swallowed chi. 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 Luo Feng's arm fiercely shot out incomparably thick dark red vines. Some of the vines directly pierced into the ground, while the countless thin vines grabbed onto the ground. There were even more vines that extended as fast as lightning, grabbing onto the entrance of the cave. The cave was close to 20 kilometers wide, and the domain Lord Level 9 Cloud Contact Vine. Every vine's length far exceeded this distance, almost like a huge octopus with many claws, madly grabbing onto the cave entrance. The plant life strength was unbelievable. Rumble, the terrifying, swallowing energy, even with the cloud contact vine's desperate struggle, the vines still began to break apart. Pa! 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 They forcefully broke apart. The ice that was penetrated by the leaves were immediately peeled off. My God! The demon note came and went quickly. Luo Feng immediately regained his consciousness. Seeing the vines break apart, he immediately roared within, "Change!" So, the earth deity instantly turned into the Masha clan clone, and the Masha clan clone had already turned into a 30 centimeters long, 6 centimeters wide shuttle, the widest part. The two ends of the shuttle were pointed, the middle was round, and it was slippery. As the shuttle size was much smaller than a normal human's, along with its structure, it caused the swallowing energy to be a few hundred times weaker than when it was in human form. So, the space darling, the Masha clansman, after the swallowing energy was only a few hundredths of its original strength, it finally calmly resisted it and swiftly flew out of the cave. When the Masha clansman's shuttle was over 100 m away from the cave, the terrifying swallowing energy from before immediately vanished. Hua! The shuttle became a black energy flow and formed a human form. Luo Feng stared at the center of the 3 caves before him. Recalling the scene before, he couldn't help but feel a chill within. I was instantly hit by the demon note. Even I had to risk my life to resist it. A normal sector Lord Pinnacle definitely wouldn't be able to withstand it. And that swallowing energy, after the Masha clansman transformed, it still relied on its proficiency in space laws to charge out. Luo Feng looked at the cave entrance ahead, filled with fear within. If he was sucked in, what would the outcome be? No idea. Luo Feng. Only now did Babada's voice resound. This is a classic death trap of the universe secret regions. What death trap? Luo Feng asked within. In the vast universe, the strangest and most unpredictable are the many secret regions. These secret regions are all special changes that occur when the primal universe begins to evolve, resulting in many secret regions. All the secret regions can't be exactly the same, and the danger levels are different too. Some of the dangers are out in the open. Even though it's terrifying, that's still fine. However, some of the dangers are very sudden. It seems like it's safe, yet danger suddenly descends. Just like the cave entrance before you, this Demon Note mountain has trillions of tunnels. The others are all very safe. Only you entered without any wariness, suddenly being attacked by the swallowing energy in Demon Note. I dare say, deep within these caves, there are even more terrifying dangers. Babada said, these sudden and unforeseen dangers are considered death traps. I wonder how many undyings there are, how many overflowing geniuses, how many absolute beings have fallen in these death traps. Babada said. Luo Feng was stunned. He suddenly remembered his teacher True Yin had once told him about an absolute genius, a sector Lord Pinnacle who could kill an official level undying. However, That peerless genius eventually died in the universe secret realm. Even though the absolute beginning region is controlled by the Virtual Universe Company, there are still a few special regions that even the Virtual Universe Company can't completely control. Babata said, like Blood River World or the depths of Demon Mountain. They're all like that. You have to be careful. Back when I followed your teacher, I've seen too many of these situations. Too many warriors have died here. These death traps, some contain treasures. Some are truly dead ends. Luo Feng nodded, after which he turned to look at the other two caves on the left and right. Head back. There's no way out. That sector lord is guarding there to the death. Head forward. There are 3 caves ahead. I can't go through the middle one. How do I go? Chapter 575. The 3 caves were before him. Since there was no turning back, Luo Feng once again became a shuttle and attempted to enter the left cave. There's no swallowing energy, nor that terrifying demon note. After flying for more than 100,000 kilometers in a single breath, he finally reached the end of the cave passage. There were 38 other rock and ice passages in front of him. At the same time, he saw the remains of 3 corpses on the ground. Someone has been here before. Looks like it's still safe. The shuttle in human form. He couldn't just keep flying in shuttle form. Other warriors and spirit readers would be shocked if they saw him. 3 days later, using his earth body to disguise as the black-horned youth, Luo Feng carefully moved forward. His mood was relaxed. Ever since he left the ice forest through the left cave, he hadn't met any more peculiar situations. Everything was normal. Just like when he first entered Demon Note Mountain, occasionally meeting aboriginals or lone beasts, the threat of the demon note wasn't that big. Now it seems the ice forest region is indeed special. Luo Feng recalled his experience. The deeper I went into the ice forest, the stronger the demon notes attack, until I reach the end. Until the end, when I meet the swallowing and demon note attacks after escaping from that, I haven't been in any danger until now. That deep and serene cave was the stopping point. I keep feeling that there's some sort of secret in that cave. Luo Feng subconsciously thought so. What are you thinking about? Thinking about the swallowing cave in the ice forest? Babata's voice resounded. I knew you would think about it, right? Danger is often accompanied by opportunity. This kind of death trap is very scary. Danger after danger. But if you can survive it, you might be able to obtain shocking rewards. Babata said, this is also the reason why many great existences like to explore the universe's secret regions. However, one has to know one's own limits. There are countless treasures in the universe, but many powerful beings have fallen one by one in front of those treasures. Babata said, your strongest golden-horned beast hasn't even stepped into the sector lord level. You want to enter such a death trap? Even undyings can fall. As for you, your chances of death are over 99%, unless you're really lucky. Luo Feng immediately woke up. If the entrance was already this terrifying, then perhaps he really wouldn't be able to withstand it from the inside. The more powerful you are, the bigger the things you can do. Don't be greedy. Greed will cost you your life. Luo Feng looked at the endless rock and ice cave in front of him. The cold air invaded his body, and he couldn't help but feel small. Compared to the many mysterious places in the vast universe, his strength was simply too weak. Even undyings fell one by one. Compared to them, he was just an ant. Work hard. Only by becoming a true, absolute warrior, in this vast universe where the strong are as numerous as the clouds, can I control my own fate. Only then can I protect my home and family. Luo Feng took a deep breath. Continue forward. Luo Feng was walking in the depths of the ice cave. There was a skinny man about 6 meters tall who looked like a bamboo pole at first glance. He had 2 long silver horns on his forehead and a goatee. He looked a little old and gloomy. This skinny old man with a goatee was lying on a deck chair carved from a layer of rock and ice. Golden light flashed faintly between his eyes as he closed them. He was even humming comfortably from his nose. More important, heavier. 2 aboriginal youths. One was massaging his legs while the other was massaging the skinny old man's shoulders. Beside them stood 12 youths that were either delicate, handsome, simple, and honest, or brave. They were universe levels and domain lords. Hm. The skinny old man opened his eyes, smiling as he looked at the universe-level youth who was massaging his legs. Come here, ancestor. That universe-level youth swallowed his saliva. The ancestor wants you to go over. Beside him, a domain lord-level man shouted. That universe-level youth nervously approached. The skinny goatee old man laughed, reaching out with his skinny hand, grabbing the youth's hand, praising. Being young is indeed different. That universe-level youth seemed to feel uncomfortable all over. His body trembled, and he fiercely retreated. Interesting. The skinny old man smiled. His powerful world energy pressured the universe-level youth, almost like a rope binding him, causing him to be unable to move, pulling him right before him. Just kill me, just kill me. That universe-level youth suddenly shouted, tears flowing out of his eyes. You really have courage. If you have the courage, you can kill yourself. The skinny old man suddenly turned and looked into the distance of the tunnel. In the distance, a black-horned youth was walking, and he too stopped abruptly. The distance between the two was over 100 kilometers. However, at this time, they could clearly see each other. Woo! TSK, TSK. Yet another universe level 9 punk. Look at his eyes, vigilance, introverted, and determination. Yeah, I don't see any fear. Top quality goods, I like it. The skinny old man smiled. Camru, go personally and capture him for me. Yes, teacher. Beside, the strongest domain Lord level 9 man replied respectfully, after which he became a beam of light and shot over. Luo Feng looked at the distant skinny old man. Especially since he was releasing his energy, he felt something was amiss. Sector Lord Warrior, probably Sector Lord level 6 or 7. Flee. Luo Feng turned and fled. Whatever my old ancestor fancies, he can forget about escaping. A silver-horned man was like lightning, swiftly chasing. Little punk, don't worry, my old ancestor won't kill you. He'll only love you. Luo Feng's expression changed. Goosebumps rose. Damn, a punk that liked men. In the universe, there were trillions of races, and there were many that liked men. However, the human race's general custom was to have men with women. That was the path. And for those that liked men, even though Luo Feng was annoyed, he didn't care. However, now, it was his turn. How could he not be disgusted? Ha! Luo Feng, I didn't expect you to encounter such a situation. Babata said. That disgusting old man. Luo Feng cursed. I saw the universe-level youth beside him before. He probably forced himself on her. How disgusting. So, the domain Lord level 9, Silver-Horned Man, swiftly chased. Hence from the start, the distance between them was over 100 kilometers. With this chase, they were instantly thousands of km away. Don't resist, otherwise I'll accidentally hurt you. When that happens, the old ancestor will feel heartache. The Silver-Horned Man immediately rushed ahead of Luo Feng. Go and die. Luo Feng's eyes were cold. So, changing his body, immediately changing into the Masha clansman Luo Feng's appearance. Because of this, Luo Feng's goosebumps rose, hence he couldn't be bothered to use his earth body to kill him. Even though his earth body could kill a domain Lord level 9 with the Cloud Contact Vine, it would take more time and trouble. With the Masha clansman, it was much simpler. So, illusionary figure. Luo Feng's body immediately appeared behind the Silver-Horned Man, his blade flashing. Chi! The blade swept past the Silver-Horned Man's chest, immediately slicing through the gaps in his armor. The blade energy ravaged and destroyed his life core. The Silver-Horned Man stared wide-eyed. This. The originally weak opponent instantly vanished. Following which he was killed, he had no way to resist at all. Damn disgusting. Luo Feng glanced at the corpse. Immediately his body flickered, and he fled far away. The goatee old man laid there, frowning. Why hasn't Kamlu returned yet? Teacher, maybe that universe-level punk would rather die than obey. Senior should spend some more energy. Another domain Lord Youth beside said. The goatee old man snorted softly, his world energy emanated and extended, immediately reaching the silver horned man's corpse. Rumble. The goatee old man stared angrily, fiercely waving his hand. The universe-level youth that he was toying with immediately exploded, his entire body becoming minced meat and bones, scaring the people around to get out of the way. "My Kamlu, who killed you? I want to kill him!" The goatee old man roared, immediately becoming a beam of light and rushing over. Simultaneously, his world energy madly extended. However, with Masha Luo Feng's speed, he had long left the tunnel. How could this old man find him? Luo Feng fled 1,000,000 km in one breath, passing through 7 tunnels before stopping. Even though I've heard of it and seen it before. However, this kind of warrior who likes men actually wants to capture me. It's really disgusting. Luo Feng turned to look. My current strength isn't enough if I wanted to use the golden horned beast. However, this cave is only 10 kilometers wide. The golden horned beast's body is so shocking. I can't move at all. Forget it. Luo Feng shook his head, too lazy to think. If he had enough strength, he would have slapped this punk to death long ago. Half a day later, Luo Feng sat on the ice to rest. He split a bit of his consciousness to connect to the virtual universe network, playing with his wife, Su Xin, and a large group of children. Primal Chaos State training for a little over 30 years, 100 years in the Primal Universe, along with 80 years on Blood River World. This had caused Luo Feng's family to undergo a complete change. Luo Feng, 19. 2 kilometers ahead, there's a domain Lord level 9 man advancing. Babata's voice resounded. Luo Feng's consciousness swiftly returned. He looked up ahead. In next to no time, the figure of a 9th rank region Lord Realm man appeared ahead. The man's figure was short and robust, and he had a pair of black curved horns. Another domain, Lord level 9. Luo Feng shook his head. Over 10 kilometers away, the short man looked at Luo Feng, his eyes gleaming with a ferocious light. P.S. 2 chapters completed. Today's first chapter was late. Poor tomato. He owed everyone a chapter. Chapter 576. Universe Level 9. The short man Patual looked at the distant black-horned youth and laughed coldly within. "Punk, it's your bad luck to meet me." Patual. He was one of the 6 from the 1,000-star sect. Payu had chosen 6 from the 1,000-star sect, 3 sector lords, and 3 domain Lord level 9s. Moreover, Marquis Payu had even given 3 E9 laser guns to each of the 3 area lords. Clearly, Marquis Payu had left her trump card on these 3 people, and Patual was one of them. These few days in Demon Note Mountain, Patual had been extremely careful, afraid that he would walk into a dangerous place and be turned into a zombie by the Demon Note. At the same time, along the way, he had wantonly killed many universe levels and domain lords. Usually, when he met a world overlord, he would flee. However, there was once a world overlord who chased after him. At that time, Patual didn't hesitate to use this E9 grade laser gun. The power of this laser gun was truly terrifying, instantly killing that world overlord. Even sector lords that meet me die. It feels great to have this E9 laser gun. It's a pity I can only use it for a short period of time. After I leave Demon Note Mountain, I'll have to return it to the god. Patual couldn't bear to part with it. He was very clear how expensive this E9 laser gun was. Even with his entire fortune, it probably wouldn't even amount to 1% of it. Patual laughed coldly at the distant black-horned youth. "Punk, if you want to blame someone, blame the god." So, Patual became a bolt of lightning and rushed at Luo Feng, preparing to begin his 762nd massacre since entering Demon Note Mountain. Walking in the cold, ancient cave, Luo Feng looked at the short man. Domain Lord level 9? No threat. He actually rushed over. If you had the demeanor of a strong warrior and didn't bully a universe level 9 like me, I wouldn't have bothered to kill you. However, don't blame me now. Luo Feng's attitude was the same as before. He didn't even put a domain Lord level 9 in his eyes. After all, just the cloud contact vine alone was already a domain Lord level 9. Rumble. Luo Feng fiercely stomped on the ground. The layer of ice on the surface immediately cracked open, his entire being rushing at the short man. Clang! His blade was unsheathed. Haha, a Universe Level 9 punk dares to attack me. Pa Tuo's eyes flashed with disdain and a cold smile. His entire body was wrapped in lightning as he wielded a curved blade. In an instant, he arrived before Luo Feng, and his curved blade became a bewitching blood and green-colored moonlight. Hua! The moonlight swept towards Luo Feng's head. Good blade technique. Luo Feng revealed a smile. His silhouette flashed and actually got within 2 to 3 meters of Pa Ta. His blood shadow blade too lit up with a resplendent light. Dim shadow, 7 absolutes blade, Dutchman's pipe. Clang! The moment their blades clashed, Pa Ta, who was originally full of confidence and had a sinister smile on his face, suddenly paled. He felt an unimaginably terrifying impact from the moment their blades clashed. The impact was so strong that even he, a rank 9 region lord, was slightly unable to resist it, and his arm felt slightly numb. How is this possible? Pa Tuo's heart was in turmoil. He's only a Universe Level 9. How can one blade have such terrifying power? Domain Lord Level 9 and Universe Level 9. The difference was an entire level. In terms of energy, the difference was about 1,000 times. In theory, one move should have been enough to kill him. There's definitely no such sick person in 9-Star Ocean. Don't tell me he's someone from the virtual universe company with some background? Many thoughts flashed through Pa Tuo's mind. According to what he knew, to be able to let a Universe Level 9 explode with such terrifying power, it had to be some support life forms. Support metal life forms, support plant life forms, support energy life forms, etc. These could possess a body. The moment they possessed a body, it would allow the owner to unleash an extremely strong power. Don't tell me he's the target of the god? The reason his attacks are so strong is because of the cloud contact vine? Pa Tuo suppressed his excitement. Even if he doesn't have the cloud contact vine, he definitely has other support life forms. In Demon Note Mountain, there aren't many people with backgrounds. The chances of him being the god's target is very high. Kill. Use the laser gun to kill him. The moment their blades clashed, many thoughts flashed through Pa Tuo's mind. He immediately decided to use the E9 grade laser gun, because from what he could see, even if the person before him wasn't the target, he was definitely a powerful person. With that thought in mind, Pa Ta naturally wanted to increase the distance between them, hurry and leave. Dang, dang, dang. The moment Luo Feng got close, along with his illusionary movement and Dutchman's pipe, it was incomparably terrifying. The close-range flashes of the blade were indeed dangerous. Pa Tuo wanted to dodge and flee, but Luo Feng's blade was simply too powerful. He didn't dare to be distracted. In the blink of an eye, the two had clashed over 10 times. Chi! The two immediately separated. As Pa Tuo retreated, he let out a sigh of relief within. I finally found a chance to retreat. This punk's use of the blade is like a madman, killing at such a close range. It's too crazy. Luo Feng, however, sighed within as he saw this. The cloud contact vine is ultimately just a support plant life form. Even though it allows my strength to explosively increase, this strength ultimately isn't mine. When I use it, it's obviously not perfect. Even when I unleash my blade techniques, it's not at its peak. Otherwise, even if he could escape earlier, he would at least be injured. His thoughts flashed within. Trying to escape? Luo Feng roared and rushed. Dream on. Pa Tuo became lightning and swiftly distanced himself, simultaneously smiling as he turned to look at Luo Feng. Oof. The cloud contact vine's speed wasn't fast enough under its support state. Luo Feng frowned and waved his hand. 18 thin vines extended from it. As they grew longer, the vines became thicker and thicker. The 18 dark red vines immediately became 10 m thick, almost like 18 terrifying pythons. On them, There were even vines and leaves that wrapped around the domain, Lord Level 9. Ta, die. Luo Feng couldn't be bothered to chase. Haha, it's indeed you. Ta, who was escaping, let out a maniacal laugh. While the 18 thick, long, crimson vines were closing in on him, a mechanical object appeared in front of him. It was a pure silver-white object. At first glance, it looked like a mutated rocket launcher. The diameter of the barrel was a shocking 1 m. The body of the gun was 3 m long. It had an energy slot and a handle. One could grab this terrifying thing with one hand. This mechanical weapon was obviously much smaller than the Star Annihilator Luo Feng used before. It was a single soldier's weapon. However, the texture of the weapon and the muzzle gave off a strange sense of threat. It was terrifying. The warning light on the energy slot behind the weapon had already lit up red. Obviously, the domain, Lord Level 9 opponent, had activated at the moment he took it out. Luo Feng used the cloud contact vine. The thick vines were like huge pythons as they wrapped around the opponent. However, the sudden appearance of the mechanical weapon stunned Luo Feng. What's that? Luo Feng was shocked. Laser gun? It wasn't that he hadn't seen a laser gun before, back in the Sector Lord world. However, the structure was obviously different. Flee! Luo Feng. Danger! The moment that weapon appeared, Babata's shrill voice immediately resounded in Luo Feng's mind. That's the automaton's E9 grade laser gun, and it's even the XDH 122 series of E9 grade laser guns. It could be said to be a top quality E9 grade laser gun. Its charging time is only a short 0.1 seconds. The moment it's charged up, it can instantly shoot out a terrifying super strong laser. Even an E9 grade alloy would be pierced by this super strong laser. Normal Sector Lord Level 9 warriors without special treasures would die. Luo Feng's heart twitched. His hair stood up. His eyes stared wide open, staring at the distant opponent's metallic mechanical object. That was actually an E9 grade laser gun. An unprecedented fear immediately caused his soul to tremble. Even when he met Sector Lord warriors before, Luo Feng had never been in such a predicament. Even when he was swallowed by the mysterious cave, even if he was swallowed, it was still unknown if he would die. Hence Luo Feng had never been so afraid before. At this time, this was the true moment of life and death. The moment the E9 grade laser gun shot out, his 3 clansmen, the domain Lord Level 9 Masha clansmen, and the Golden Horn Beast couldn't even block it, because their bodies were far from strong enough. Of course, with the Golden Horn Beast's size, as long as it didn't pierce any of its vitals, there was still hope for it to survive. However, the cave was too narrow, the Golden Horn Beast was too big, it couldn't fit in at all. And to rely on speed to dodge? That was even more unrealistic, because even the fastest Masha clansman, even if it accelerated to its maximum speed, it was still far from light speed. And the instantaneous burst of speed was even further away from its maximum speed. And the super strong laser shot out by the laser gun, its instantaneous burst of speed was already the limit of the universe. Light speed. A close-range lock. Light speed shot. His consciousness couldn't even react. How could he escape? Chi. That domain Lord Level 9 warrior wielded the E9 grade laser gun in one hand and a curved blade in the other, constantly dodging and escaping, at the same time slashing at the cloud contact vine. Even though the cloud contact vine was powerful, it was after all only a domain Lord Level 9. In terms of level, it was the same as this human warrior. The opponent was purely defending and escaping. The cloud contact vine may be able to kill the opponent, but to kill him in a short 0.1 seconds wasn't too realistic. The thick laser gun's warning light went from red to green. 0.1 seconds had passed. Energy storage complete. Under the cloud contact vine's pursuit, Patuo's expression was furious. He was originally fleeing, but he suddenly stopped and aimed his cannon at Luo Feng. This pinnacle of automaton technology, the E9 grade laser gun automatically locked onto the distant Luo Feng. Go and die. Patuo laughed savagely and pressed the button. P.S. Chapter 1. Chapter 577. There's no other way. I can only go all out. Luo Feng's eyes were filled with madness. Babata, take out the automaton ship. Understood. Babata didn't dare hesitate. Rumble. A 200 m tall, silver-white pyramid appeared before him. At the most dangerous moment, this majestic automaton ship blocked the ice cave in front of Luo Feng. Ha! Patua laughed maniacally and pressed a button. A dazzling beam of light shot out from the muzzle of the E9 grade laser gun. The beam of light was dazzling to the extreme, and just the temperature it contained was more terrifying than the highest temperature of a star. If an ordinary person were to look at it, their eyes would be directly scorched. Chi, the thick crimson vines blocking the way were like fragile tofu, directly turning into ashes, easily pierced through. It didn't have any effect at all. Rumble. The super laser shot into the automaton ship's body. This ship was completely made of a silver-white peculiar alloy. When that terrifying beam that was enough to pierce through a planet hit the ship, immediately, a dent appeared on the surface of the ship, almost as though the silver-white metal had melted. Simultaneously, the entire surface of the pyramid shone with light. The energy within the beam was being absorbed by the automaton ship. This automaton ship was an automaton undying ship. The material of the ship itself was an E-grade pinnacle. It was much more perfect than the alloys the humans of the universe built, and it even had an automatic recovery effect. The ship's surface could absorb energy from attacks. It could be said as an E-grade pinnacle ship with its energy absorption and automatic recovery abilities. Unless one was an undying, it was practically impossible to threaten this automaton ship. Of course, as Luo Feng suddenly summoned it, he didn't have time to activate the energy barrier. If he could activate it, he would be even safer. Even though it couldn't pierce through the automaton ship, however, not piercing through is even more terrifying than piercing through, because light was made up of light particles. The mass of light particles wasn't zero. Accurately speaking, light was also a form of matter, because normal light and some of the weaker laser beams didn't gather enough light. Hence, the mass wasn't large enough. However, this was a terrifying beam that could pierce through a planet. This was a light beam that could kill Sector Lord Level 9 experts. The light particles within the light beam were simply too massive. Hence, each particle was extremely light. 1 trillion light particles were still lighter than a feather. However, when it was gathered to the point where it could pierce through a planet and kill a Sector Lord Peak Level 9, the weight of this light beam was already incomparably terrifying. Boom! This extremely hot beam of light that had also reached an extremely high quality also struck the mechanical race's spaceship. However, it did not pierce through. Therefore, the terrifying kinetic energy contained in this light beam, the entire automaton spaceship was instantly blasted away. Some of the lasers created on Earth in the past mainly relied on high temperature to kill monsters. As for the laser guns in the universe, as their power increased, it increased by 10,000 times, 100 million times, 1 trillion times. It continued to increase. Not only did the laser beam possess extremely high temperature, but it also possessed extremely high kinetic energy. Normally, when someone was shot by a laser, there would be a hole in the body. However, because the machinery race's spaceship had forcefully blocked it, it had completely withstood the terrifying kinetic energy. The automaton spaceship was bombarded and flew away in the direction of the laser beam at an astonishing speed. Just like on a billiard table, after the cue hit the ball would shoot out. The automaton spaceship was shot out by this beam of light. As the laser gun was originally locked on Luo Feng, the ship was shot out precisely like a billiard cue, crashing into Luo Feng. Masha Clansman. Change. Luo Feng tried his best to get closer to the walls of the ice tunnel. Simultaneously, the Masha Clansman tried his best to get bigger, almost like a huge rubber ball. The center of the rubber ball was empty. His Earth body was within this huge rubber ball. This huge rubber ball stuck closely to the wall behind. Boom! The automaton spaceship that was bombarded by the beam of light immediately crashed into the huge rubber ball. That incredibly terrifying kinetic energy acted on the huge rubber ball. Immediately, the Masha clansman tried his best to transform into an incredibly flexible, huge rubber ball. Due to the intense impact, the entire structure began to crumble and crumble. Rumble, a portion of the impact followed the rubber ball and was transmitted to the wall. The entire wall began to tremble violently. The ice layer continued to explode, extending in all directions. Countless shards of ice fell from the wall. That incredibly sturdy black rock started to crack from the shockwave. Some of the shards rolled down, and the entire tunnel shook. And the intense beam of light and the automaton ship's surface emitted an unbelievable high temperature. That was much hotter than the sun. The surrounding ice layer began to madly melt, and mist rose. Ignoring everything else, Luo Feng's Masha clansman became a huge rubber ball. It immediately crumbled, and within the huge rubber ball hole, the crumbling and vibrating rubber ball caused the space to distort. The terrifying impact directly impacted on his earth body. Rumble, the earth deity, was wearing a silver armor that was made of F-grade metal. Even if it was hit by the beam of light, it wouldn't pierce through. Wang, the earth body, felt the terrifying impact. His body trembled violently. The cloud contact vine armor on his skin immediately broke apart, following which Luo Feng's skin too broke apart. Fresh blood flowed out, and his bones broke. His eyes, ears, and nose too oozed fresh blood. His entire body's bones and tendons were instantly shattered. Silence. Damn. Luo Feng howled within. This was an agitated howl. The reason why he didn't let his earth body return to the internal world at the critical moment was because he had the cloud contact vine on his body. He was wearing an F-grade metal armor. These were all layers of defense. That terrifying energy passed through the Masha clansman. About 30% of it was wasted on the automaton ship, 30% on the walls, and 30% on the huge rubber ball. Probably only 1% or even 1/1000 of it was used on the earth body. Through the armor's weakening, through the domain Lord Level 9, powerful life force, and extremely flexible cloud contact vines weakening, the remaining impact only completely shattered the tendons and bones of the Earthling's original body, as well as his internal organs. However, at the very least, his physical structure did not collapse like the Masha race's clone. If it wasn't for the armor and the cloud contact vines weakening, the Earth body's weak body would probably have been destroyed by the impact. Right now, the situation was still alright, because the Masha clansman's life crystal and Luo Feng's true core were both within the earth body. The life crystal was extremely tough, and the core was even tougher than the earth body. The final impact didn't even break the earth body. The core was naturally fine. Earth body returned to the internal world. Masha clansman, condense. In an instant, the completely crippled earth body along with the heavily injured cloud contact vine vanished. The life crystal once again released a strong black energy and swiftly condensed into Luo Feng's body. Masha Luo Feng. So, Masha Luo Feng's silhouette flashed, and he rushed towards the domain Lord Level 9 enemy Pata. He's dead. Pata wielded the E9 grade laser gun, detecting the huge automaton ship being blasted away and smashing into the human silhouette. Even though it was like a huge rubber ball, Pata was certain the enemy was dead. This was an E9 grade laser gun. Such an ultimate weapon. How could it not kill a Universe Level 9 punk? So, Luo Feng appeared before Pata. Patuo's expression changed greatly. Chi. The blade flashed, infused with space laws. It was so fast that Patuo couldn't even react, immediately slicing him in two. The blade also landed on the life core, shattering it. Patuo was dead. The E9 grade laser gun in Patuo's hand also fell to the ground, smashing into the water that had melted due to the high temperature. Luo Feng stood where he was, looking at the body that was sliced in two. Looking at the melted water and large amounts of mist, he couldn't help but feel fear. It's simply too terrifying. If the automaton ship's defense wasn't strong enough, it would have pierced right through and continued to shoot me. Without the automaton ship as a buffer, if the laser hit me directly, even though my silver armor is made of F-grade metal, it wouldn't be able to break through. However, the energy within it would still be enough to shatter me into pieces. Luo Feng was very clear. The armor's defense wasn't very useful. This was also why the universe strength armor was more expensive, while these armors were cheaper. It was like a person wearing extremely hard armor walking on the highway, only to be hit and sent flying by a speeding truck. Maybe the armor would be undamaged, but the person would definitely die from the impact. If the person was in the elevator would suddenly fall and smash into the ground. The elevator wouldn't be damaged, but the person would probably die. It was the same logic. The sturdy armor could withstand some special dangers, but against such a terrifying impact, it was much less useful. Luckily, I succeeded in the end. Luo Feng sat on the ground. The rocks on the ground were boiling. The surrounding temperature was at least a few hundred degrees. And this was because Demon Note Mountain was filled with countless layers of ice. Hence the temperature wasn't that terrifying. The mist revolved. Luo Feng's gaze landed on the silver-white, simple-looking E9 grade laser gun. E9 grade laser gun? Luo Feng held his breath. This was a true killing weapon, especially with the 0.1 second charging time. It made this E9 grade laser gun have an incomparably terrifying power. Update complete. My monthly votes have been overtaken. Looking carefully, it's actually a double monthly vote event. Everyone please support Tomato monthly votes. Even though I'm busy with the wedding preparations, the updates are still stable. Everyone please support Tomato monthly votes. Chapter 578. Luo Feng's body flashed, and he squatted beside the E9 grade laser gun, extending his hand and picking up this seemingly simple automaton masterpiece. He extended his hand and caressed the gun's peculiar material. This material was very similar to Luo Feng's Silver Pyramid ship. However, he could feel that this laser gun's material was much better. Even though it was a gun, in truth, it was even more shocking than Earth's cannons. The laser gun's muzzle was 1 m. In a vast universe, some universe ships and battleships' main cannons had muzzles that were hundreds or even thousands of meters. This kind of 1-meter caliber firearm in the universe was indeed only in the category of gun. Luo Feng, this is an E9 grade laser gun that only the automaton race can create, the XDH 122 series. It's small in size and has a short charging time. Babata communicated mentally. You should know that technological weapons, even though our universe humans are considered experts, the highest we can create can only kill Sector Lord level 9 weapons. As for creating weapons that can kill undyings, we humans can't do it. Luo Feng nodded. Indeed, from Sector Lord to Undying, there was a huge leap in quality. The universe humans, the alloys they created were at most E-grade pinnacle, and the F-grade ones were definitely metals that were born in the universe. Creating technological weapons was the same. After reaching the E-grade pinnacle, there was no way to break through and create stronger weapons. And the automaton race was different. The automaton race, the origin of the universe's technology, all of them were living AIs. They could create weapons that could kill undyings. They could create alloys that were comparable to F-grade or even higher. And these alloys had much better properties than pure metals. Just like back then when Luo Feng was on the Yin-Mo planet ship, the automaton Undying's body was actually an alloy body. That alloy was comparable to F-grade metals. For an alloy body to reach such a level of flexibility, toughness, etc., it was indeed an unbelievable thing. This was unique to the automaton race. Other races couldn't do it. Technological weapons that can kill undyings, only the automaton race can do it. Babata continued. Of course, the price of those weapons is extremely high. Among the automaton undyings, only very few have such terrifying weapons. Luo Feng nodded. His mechanical ray spaceship was only equipped with E3 grade laser cannons and the main planetary obliteration cannon. Although the planetary obliteration cannon was extremely powerful, the charging time was too long, and it was not suitable for close combat. Moreover, the size of the Star Destroyer cannon was not suitable for a single person to use. For the same power, the smaller it is, the more expensive it is. The shorter the storage time, the more expensive it is. This E9 grade laser gun, it's so small, and its charging time is so short, it can be said to be the bane of sector masters. Babata said, even in the automaton race, it's rarely seen. Even your teacher didn't manage to get his hands on this thing back then. How expensive? Luo Feng asked. The price is about 5,000 mixed elements. Babata said, to an undying, it's not too expensive. The troublesome part is that it's a restricted item. Even if you have the money, it's hard to buy it, unless you're willing to pay several times the price. So expensive? Luo Feng stared. 5,000 mixed elements was even more expensive than a mechanical ray spaceship. Right, this laser gun can be treated as a family treasure. Babata said, for example, if you keep this laser gun in your family, if a sector lord enemy flies into your planet's territory, the moment the planet's security system detects the enemy sector lord, it only needs 0.1 seconds to charge up. As long as the enemy dares to get close, you'll kill it in one shot. The sector lord won't even have time to react. Luo Feng nodded. Right. The Star Destroyer cannon was powerful. It could charge up to 60 seconds. With a sector lord pinnacle speed, it could fly tens of thousands of km in a second, directly killing its way into a planet's territory. Hence, the Star Destroyer cannon could only be considered a killing weapon during attacks. And the E9 grade laser gun, whether it was used closely or as a family treasure or a country treasure, was extremely powerful. From today onwards, Luo Feng caressed the laser gun in his hands, feeling the cold temperature from the gun. I've got another powerful trump card. The Masha clansman's instantaneous burst of speed was shocking, with the Masha clansman wielding the E9 grade laser gun, relying on its shocking speed to last 0.1 seconds was simply too easy. 0.1 seconds had passed. One shot was enough to kill the enemy. Luo Feng kept the laser gun in his space ring, after which he inspected the already frozen body. Even though the surrounding ice had melted due to the high temperature earlier, causing the water to boil, this was after all Demon Mountain. Very quickly, the cold energy from other places permeated the area. Within 10 seconds, the boiling water once again froze, becoming a layer of ice. The water vapor also froze into a layer of ice. Pa! He stepped on the ice and took the space belt from Pa Tuo's corpse. I wonder what's inside. Luo Feng's spirit energy permeated and swept through. With Luo Feng's experience, normal treasures were nothing to him. This Pa Tuo's entire fortune added up was far from even one mixed element. Ah, there are over 3,000 black tags here. Luo Feng was overjoyed as he took out the large amount of black tags. They floated in mid-air before him. A huge black patch. Every black tag represented the lowest universe-level human life. Over 3,000 lives. Demon Mountain, it's indeed a narrow escape. Luo Feng shook his head. Let's hope my tag doesn't become someone else's spoils of war. With a wave of his hand, he kept all the black tags, along with the unexpected gains from this trip. Luo Feng's total number of black tags reached 4,320. So, Luo Feng swiftly flew to the distant automaton ship. Carefully inspecting it, the crater from the intense laser beam had already disappeared without a trace. Looks like after a while, it'll be completely fine. This alloy has a memory recovery ability. Not bad. Luo Feng complimented within. Babata, keep it in your storage space. Understood. The automaton ship that had fallen beside the wall with a layer of ice covering it immediately vanished. In the rock and ice cave, Luo Feng, who was as small as an ant compared to the cave, was swiftly advancing with his blade on his back. Even a lion has to go all out against a rabbit. If I meet a troublesome opponent, I'll immediately switch to the Masha clansman and deal with him. Luo Feng walked, reflecting on the battle from before. The reason why he was in such a dangerous situation was because he didn't care about the domain Lord level 9 opponent at the start, resulting in such an outcome. As he walked, Luo Feng frowned. Babata! Luo Feng shouted within. That warrior that wanted to kill me, he shouted, it's you, and he even took out an E9 grade laser gun that even Undyings rarely have. Firstly, that warrior was only a 9-star ocean aborigine. According to logic, he definitely wouldn't be able to get an E9 grade laser gun. But Bada's voice resounded. To be able to get an E9 grade laser gun, he's probably an Undying. And he has a very strong background. Combined with the fact that he said it's really you when he saw the Cloud Contact Vine and the Realm Lord who chased after you. Everything can be deduced. Some powerful person with a strong background wants to kill you. This person gave the laser gun to the domain Lord level 9 warrior and told him about your unique characteristics. You have a domain Lord level 9 Cloud Contact Vine. And the Sector Lord who chased you before, guarding the cave with all his might, he probably did the same. From this, we can deduce. This person wants to kill you, and he's arranged for more than one person. There's Sector Lords, and also Domain Lords with laser guns. Babata explained. Luo Feng squinted. Who wanted to kill him? He didn't seem to have offended anyone. For a person want to kill you, it probably involves some upper echelon grudges. Babata continued. I guess there are 3 possibilities. 1 is a faction fight. 2 is personal grudges. 3 is a race war. Because every knight of the Virtual Universe Company leads a faction, you will belong to the 9 Blade Knights faction. If the faction fights are intense, and someone foresees you as a threat, they will want to take the chance to eliminate you. However, to assassinate a genius like this, it's a very despicable method. If they dare to do so, it must be the type with a huge grudge. 2. Personal grudges. You are true, Yin Emperor's disciple. Then the grudge between others and true Yin may very well involve you. However, similarly, to dare to do so, they probably have a huge grudge, otherwise they wouldn't take such a risk. 3. Race war. The universe humans and other races fight intensely. Some strong warriors infiltrate other races and assassinate their geniuses. This isn't a rare thing. Luo Feng nodded. All 3 possibilities were possible. Luo Feng, as your strength gets stronger, your position gets higher, then unknowingly, the number of people you offend, or those you haven't offended but still want to kill you, will increase. Babata said, hence you have to be careful. Luo Feng nodded. He couldn't die. The moment he died, the weak foundations of the Earth humans, their fates would immediately change. And with the shocking wealth of the Ping Hai group, they would quickly attract the attention of others. The outcome would be unpredictable. After all, even the Virtual Universe Company was simply too huge. There were crooks mixed in, there were many interest groups. This was a power even larger than a universe country. Luo Feng was even more cautious, advancing along the way. Whenever he met a domain Lord level 7 or above, he would rely on the Masha clansmen to swiftly deal with them, and those below would be swiftly dealt with by his earth body. Even though he was careful, killing was inevitable. Just like that, the number of black tokens quickly accumulated to 4,831. Arriving at Demon Mountain on the 75th day, Luo Feng carried the Blood Shadow Blade on his back. Walking in the cold, ancient cave, suddenly he squinted and looked into the distance. About 90 kilometers away, there were 2 universe-level youths carrying a beautiful carved bench. On it was a skinny old man with a goatee, occasionally humming. Beside him were 5 other youths. It's him? Luo Feng squinted. That old man. Chapter 579. The skinny goatee old man squinted his eyes as he laid on the bench, occasionally snorting. Ever since Kamla's death, the days have gotten better. The 2 universe-level youths carrying the bench. The one in front looked resolute. His eyelids drooped as he muttered within. I've long heard of this old ancestor Jinyang's evil name. I didn't expect to actually land in his hands in this forbidden area. Bear with it for a while, and it'll be fine. This old ancestor seems to be quite sad over Kamla's death. I hope he can endure until he gets out. Old Ancestor Jinyang, a Sector Lord warrior with a bit of fame in Nine-Star Ocean. His fame was mainly due to his love for men. His disciples were all his concubines, and Kamlu was his first disciple, and also his most pampered disciple. Back when he sent Kamru to kill Luo Feng, he was killed by Luo Feng instead. This made Ancestor Golden Sun very sad. Kamlu, my Kamlu. Old Ancestor Jinyang sighed within. Teacher, teacher, there's someone ahead. A shout resounded from the side. HM. Old Ancestor Jinyang fiercely opened his eyes and looked into the distance. Very quickly, he could clearly see the silhouette over 90 kilometers away. That person had a black horn, short black hair, dressed in silver armor. It's him. Old Ancestor Jinyang's eyes gleamed. His mind swiftly recalled the scene from back then. Back then, he casually sent his first disciple Kamlu to capture Luo Feng. However, who would have thought that his beloved disciple would disappear just like that? Hatred and rage filled his chest. Old Ancestor Jinyang's expression immediately contorted. Little thief, Old Ancestor Jinyang fiercely roared. Return my disciple's life. Rumble. That intricately carved bench immediately exploded, causing the two universe-level youths carrying it to dodge in shock. Old Ancestor Jinyang immediately became a golden meteor, and with a flash, he flew into the distance and chased after the little thief Luo Feng. I actually met this old bastard here. Luo Feng looked at the distant silhouette. Without hesitation, he immediately swapped to the Masha clansman. When Ancestor Jinyang roared and flew over, Luo Feng also turned and fled. However, he purposely ran at a slower speed than Ancestor Jinyang. Thief! Elder Jinyang gritted his teeth, and his voice resounded within Luo Feng's ears. The surging world energy pressured and restricted Luo Feng. You actually let me discover you here. Haha. Prepare to die. Go and accompany my dead disciple Kamlu. Roaring, Elder Jinyang swiftly closed the distance between him and Luo Feng. Luo Feng, who was escaping, looked like he was fighting for his life. His eyes seemed to be filled with fear. However, his heart remained calm. Luo Feng, that Sector Lord level 7, is still 18. 2 kilometers away from you. Babada's voice resounded. HM, the distance between us is about right. Luo Feng calculated. Whoosh. A silver-white precision gun immediately appeared in his hand. The body of the gun was about 3 m long. Luo Feng immediately raised this E9 grade laser gun and pressed the button. Immediately, the warning light beside the energy groove of the gun immediately lit up with a red light. That's... Patriarch Golden Sun's world power spread out and instantly discovered the intricate gun in the fleeing thief's hands. Ancestor Golden Sun was a realm lord after all. The upper echelons of Nine-Star Ocean usually had universe ships with some quantum computers, etc., to connect to the virtual universe network. Through the virtual universe network, Ancestor Golden Sun naturally knew of the laser gun, this sort of intricate and expensive technological weapon. However, he had no way of determining what level it was. This thief clearly has a universe level 9 energy. However, his fleeing speed is comparable to a domain lord level 9, and he even killed my domain lord disciple Kamlu before. And now he's taking out this seemingly high-level laser gun. He's definitely not from Nine-Star Ocean. Ancestor Golden Sun swiftly deduced, and the virtual universe company frequently sends extremely high-ranked beings to enter the Forbidden Grounds, and these beings are all universe level 9s. This youth before me could very well be from the virtual universe company. Ancestor Golden Sun's heart trembled. Facing a Sector Lord and still daring to take out a laser gun, he definitely thinks this laser gun can kill me, or at least threaten me. Ancestor Golden Sun's heart tightened. A Sector Lord level 7, his thinking speed was extremely fast. Many thoughts flashed past in an instant. Flee! Ancestor Golden Sun didn't dare gamble. He turned and became a golden rainbow, swiftly fleeing. Trying to flee? Masha Luo Feng chased at this time. So. Within the endless twisting and turning caves, Luo Feng's instantaneous speed had obviously risen by 10 times. from the Domain Lord Level 9 standard to a speed that exceeded most Sector Lords' instantaneous speed. Maybe after many Sector Lords accelerated to their limits, they would be even faster than Masha Luo Feng. However, his instantaneous speed was obviously much weaker. How did he become so fast in an instant? Ancestor Golden Sun's world energy detected Luo Feng swiftly catching up. His expression changed. Before he was purposely acting. Thinking about this, Ancestor Golden Sun understood that he had fallen into a trap. The opponent could obviously use that ghostly movement to swiftly flee, but purposely acted slow to slow him down. Without a doubt, that was obviously a trap. I can't escape. What do I do? Ancestor Golden Sun was anxious. He immediately used his world energy to press the button on Luo Feng's E9 grade laser gun. However, he couldn't press it at all. Idiot. How can the automaton's technological weapons have such an obvious loophole? How can it allow the enemy to control the weapon with just the world energy? Luo Feng laughed coldly to himself as he held the E9 grade laser gun in one hand. Any high-tech item would usually have some sort of AI. Even the normal ships of the humans in the universe had AI, much less this E9 grade laser gun. After receiving the laser gun, he first had to set the usage rights. After confirming the rights, he could use it. After Luo Feng had killed the Domain Lord Pata, he kept the laser gun and specially let Babata study it. Babata even hacked into the AI and changed the rights. Lord, you're a big person from the Virtual Universe Company. Spare me. I was the one who offended you. A sharp voice resounded in Luo Feng's ears. The E9 grade laser gun in Luo Feng's hands lit up with a green light. It had finished charging. Old punk, you can go and die. Luo Feng's silhouette was like a ghost, flashing twice. The distance between the two was only about 800 m. Luo Feng gently pressed the button. The laser gun automatically locked onto its target. A glaring white light shot out from the barrel of the laser gun. At the same time it shot out, it had already hit the Sector Lord Level 7 Elder Jinyang. No! Elder Jinyang stared wide-eyed. The corners of his eyes were about to crack. His eyes filled with fear, unwillingness, and madness. He tried his best to dodge, channeling his world energy into the genetic energy armor to protect himself, even forming a world projection around him. Rumble. Under that glaring white light, the genetic energy armor dispersed the force of the attack to his entire body, causing his entire body to immediately crumble. At the same time, the armor too burned and pierced through, from his neck to his thighs. The entire middle of his body was reduced to nothing, and his head and legs that were destroyed from the force of the attack. Due to the high temperature of the white light, nothing was left. The white light continued to shoot into the distant walls. Immediately the walls shook. Countless layers of ice melted and boiled, becoming a white mist. Voila! Immediately the space around shook. The moment the Sector Lord died, large amounts of items appeared out of thin air and landed around. These were all the items from his inner world that had collapsed after his death, causing them to fall to the outside world. So poor. Luo Feng's gaze swept. Black tags. In the distance, there was a pile of black tags, with many more scattered around. Keep. Luo Feng immediately kept the black tags along with the valuable treasures. As for the other random items, to core members like Luo Feng, the Virtual Universe Company provided them for free. Naturally, Luo Feng couldn't be bothered to keep them. Killing Sector Lords, the number of tags I got is quite a lot. Including this, my black tags have already broken through the 7,000 mark. Luo Feng couldn't help but reveal a look of shock. I didn't even intentionally want to get 10,000 black tags, but who would have thought that I've already reached a little over 7,000? The stronger one was, the more tags he would get. The laser gun-wielding Patua from before had killed Sector Lords before, hence he had many tags. This old ancestor Golden Sun was strong, hence he had many tags too. Who knows, I might actually be able to get 10,000 black tags. Luo Feng smiled, immediately becoming a beam of light and vanishing. As he explored Demon Note Mountain for a long time, Luo Feng gradually discovered a danger. On a certain day, Luo Feng sat crossed-legged in the cave, his consciousness connected to the virtual universe network, studying the Time-Space Scribbles third volume. He immersed himself in studying. Hence he stayed in the cave for 6 consecutive days without moving. However, Luo Feng realized that in these 6 days of sitting there without moving, he had actually suffered 3 terrifying demon note attacks. These 3 attacks were enough to confuse even sector lords. Especially one of them. It was enough to confuse a normal sector lord level 7 or 8. Luckily, my consciousness is strong, and I chose Demon Note Mountain. If I chose Ice Mountain, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to withstand it long ago. Luo Feng was shocked within. If he didn't come to Demon Note Mountain, and it was someone else, he would have long become a zombie. On the 109th day in Demon Note Mountain. Rumble. A rumbling sound resounded in the distance. Luo Feng, who was sitting cross-legged, had already turned into an ice statue. His eyes suddenly opened, following which the ice on his body cracked open. Luo Feng stood up and looked into the distance. Someone's there? Following the rumbling in the distance, very quickly, a 300m tall gorilla-like beast was chasing a universe level 9 youth. That youth, his entire body was covered in golden armor, moving like a ghost. HM? Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. Primal Region Universe level member Mo Luo. The Virtual Universe Company's Primal Region Universe level members originally had 3, along with the new geniuses Bolin and Long Yun. They had a total of 5. And Mo Luo was one of the 3 seniors of the Primal Region Universe level. Wedding leave notice. Today's 2 a.m. is over. Tomato should also ask for leave for his wedding. One wouldn't know before getting married, but after getting married, one could indeed feel the complexity of a wedding. Tomato's wedding required the groom and wife's workplace to be held 3 times. Of course, the wife's workplace was the wedding. These 3 times, Tomato would definitely be very tired, and to receive his old friends and classmates, it has to be me. Because my parents don't know my university classmates, etc., and I still have to rush for a long journey. Hence, Tomato has asked for 7 days of leave, May 1st to 7th, which is the 7 days of the May 1st holiday, to fully focus on the wedding. I probably don't have the time or the environment to write. Tomorrow, 30th, Saturday. Tomato was late 2 days ago, hence I owe everyone 2 chapters. I'll continue tomorrow, no matter what. In April, Tomato would at least not be late. Guaranteed updates. These 7 days of May 1st, let's give it to Tomato's wedding. At the same time, he would also pull up his monthly tickets. Monthly tickets, treat it as a wedding red packet. Throw it over. Chapter 580. Because of the upcoming qualification battles, Luo Feng tried his best to gather detailed information on the universe-level Primal Region members. In terms of strength, these 3 seniors from the Primal Region were much stronger than the Mother Flame Clan's Gene Fire Dragon he had defeated before. At least for now, in the virtual universe qualification battles, he didn't have any confidence in defeating any one of them. Of course, in reality, that might not be the case. Of the 3 seniors, Luo Feng actually had the best impression of Mo Luo. Mo Luo came from the distant South Fox Universe country. He was originally an orphan from the chaos of war on a barren planet, alone and without a name. After which, he was captured by the Mo family that had over 1,000 life planets and was brought to a camp to nurture the family's elite death warriors. However, in the process of nurturing, Mo Luo displayed an inconceivable talent. So he was quickly taken in by the clan and was bestowed with the clan's surname Mo. Since then, he had the name Mo Luo. After receiving the Mo family's full support and nurturing, his improvement speed was even more ridiculous. Very quickly, even the head of the Mo family, a universe level 9 warrior, had nothing to teach him. And not long after, Mo Luo was discovered by the members of the Virtual Universe Company in the various regions of the vast universe, and was immediately absorbed as a special elite of the Virtual Universe Company. The elites absorbed by the Virtual Universe Company also competed with each other. Very quickly, Mo Luo was absorbed as a core member. In the same year, Mo Luo passed Tong Tian Mountain and entered the sky and land region. After which, after 2 qualification battles, he killed his way into the primal region. He became one of the high and mighty primal region members. Luo Feng and the others went through the universe genius battles and finally entered the core of the virtual universe company. And Mo Luo, through the virtual universe company's own elite absorption system, he slowly rose and finally entered the primal region. Luo Feng. The reason why he had the best impression of Mo Luo. 1 was because of his difficult rise to power. 2 was the battle technique he used, the beast fist technique he created. Fighters mostly used blades, swords, spears, axes, rods, etc. And Mo Luo relied on his body, his fists, and legs. According to what teacher Tru Yin said, I always use the secret arts created by senior powerhouses in the beginning. But as my comprehension of the laws increases and the secret arts created by others are no longer suitable for me, it is extremely important to create my own secret art. Luo Feng was very clear on this, because 99% of the Undyings all created their own techniques. Secret techniques were not always created as early as possible. When one's comprehension of laws was weak, it was not suitable to create mystic arts. This was because if one's comprehension was weak, it was easy for one to go astray when creating mystic arts. However, the beast fist that Mo Luo created was something that even Tru Yin had praised. Luo Feng has also seen the video of Mo Luo using the beast fist, and he was filled with admiration. In the deep, cold, ancient, and vast cave, a young man wearing golden armor was fleeing while fighting with the tall gorilla phantom beast that was chasing after him. Boom! 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 The cave trembled and the layer of ice cracked. The gorilla beast roared as it punched and slapped. However, the golden-armored youth was incomparably nimble and as fast as lightning. He dodged it time and time again. However, in terms of speed, the gorilla phantom beast was much faster. Soon, it arrived in front of the golden-armored youth with a large stride. Big guy. The golden-armored youth raised his head. Roar. The gorilla beast slapped down fiercely. Whoosh. The golden-armored youth actually stood his ground. Only when the slap was about to land did he rush into the sky to dodge. The gorilla beast immediately stopped waving its hand and waved its palm horizontally. Just as it flipped its wrist, the golden-armored youth quickly pounced on it. Fly! The golden-armored youth hugged the 10 long gorilla beast and fiercely waved his finger. Rumble! The 300 tall gorilla beast was flung into the air and fiercely smashed into the ice layer. Rumble, such a huge being, it was like a small mountain smashing into the ice layer. It immediately blew away many shards of ice and caused the surrounding ice layer to crack. Because through one finger of the gorilla beast, waving the entire gorilla beast, the finger's joints broke in half. Pah! The golden-armored youth used strength again and broke the finger. Owl! The gorilla beast roared angrily. It climbed up and waved its palm to slap. Not far away watching this scene, Luo Feng was shocked within. With one leap, his entire body was like water, wrapping around the finger. And the moment he used strength, he actually used the beast's own strength to throw the entire beast away. Adding fuel to the fire and using strength, the beast's finger was broken. How exquisite, unbelievable. It seemed simple. However, against a palm that was as heavy as a mountain, Luo Feng asked himself, he didn't dare face the huge palm and hug the finger. He didn't have that ability. Mo Luo, Universe Level 9, Golden Armor, Domain Lord Level 9, Support Metal Life Form. Babata said, that beast's energy level is about Sector Lord Level 2. Watching his close combat abilities, his entire body is like one body. He's probably able to unleash 100 times his normal strength. The Undying Altar was a test of strength. 100 times was the limit. However, it's useless. The most terrifying thing about the beast is that no matter how heavily injured it is, it won't die. Babata said. Luo Feng nodded. Even if the beast was sliced into pieces, it would still gradually recover. In the distance, the youth Mo Luo was fighting with the gorilla beast. The gorilla beast was constantly injured, however it still had the upper hand. "I'll help him out." Luo Feng smiled. "So troublesome." Mo Luo stood on the gorilla beast's head and muttered, "No matter how heavily injured it is, it's useless." "Huh." The gorilla beast's palm waved past. Mo Luo could only swiftly dodge, running on the gorilla beast's huge body. Suddenly, in the distance, a huge silver-white pyramid appeared. That silver-white pyramid's tip, too, emitted a glaring white light. Laser cannon? Mo Luo stared wide-eyed, immediately dodging 3 times in shock, dodging far away. Chi! A beam of light with a diameter of 200 m immediately swept past the gorilla beast. Half of its huge body was gone, leaving behind only its head and 2 legs. The rest was completely melted. After melting the entire gorilla beast, the beam's energy was weakened by more than half, finally landing on the distant ice wall, only melting a portion of it. Automaton ship. E3 grade laser cannon. The automaton ship, whether it was the 9 E3 grade laser cannons or the 3-star annihilator cannons, they were all large caliber. Like the E3 laser cannon, the laser beam's diameter could be controlled between 30 m to 3,000 m. Automaton ship? Mo Luo looked shocked. That silver-white pyramid swiftly vanished. A black-horned youth walked over. Only his skin color had completely returned to Luo Feng's original appearance. "Mo Luo." Luo Feng shouted. "Luo Feng?" Mo Luo looked shocked at him. "You've come to Demon Note Mountain too? You're here, but I can't." Luo Feng smiled. Mo Luo was shocked. He had naturally prepared for the qualification battles. Amongst the geniuses that could become his opponent, he too paid close attention to Luo Feng. Because this Luo Feng was simply too intrepid. Not long after joining the Virtual Universe Company, he actually defeated Sa Jin and Fire Dragon. Such improvement speed. How could one not feel the pressure? Howl. The gorilla beast's head on the ground actually let out a low growl. Mo Luo looked at the head. His expression changed, shouting, "Luo Feng, let's hurry and leave. Quickly." "So." Mo Luo swiftly fled. Luo Feng was suspicious, but he too became a beam of light and swiftly followed Mo Luo. Mo Luo was ahead. Luo Feng was behind. The two continuously flew through 3 tunnels before stopping. Luo Feng. Mo Luo landed on the ice layer, smiling at Luo Feng. "I've long heard of your name. However, I've never had the chance to interact with you. I didn't expect us to meet in Demon Note Mountain." Luo Feng nodded, after which he frowned and asked, "Right, Mo Luo, why were you in such a rush to flee?" Mo Luo shook his head helplessly. "It's like this, actually not far from where I and the beast were. There was a beast nest. These 2 days, I've actually been chased by the beasts, trying my best to escape. However, with my own strength, I couldn't even deal with that beast from before." Using a universe ship? A universe ship is fast in a straight line. However, in the twists and turns of the tunnels, it would sometimes accelerate and sometimes slow down. This speed is even slower than me using my metal life form. Luo Feng nodded. A universe ship's acceleration was usually very slow, requiring a long time before it could reach light speed. Of course, the automaton ship's performance was much faster. However, it was still far slower than the Masha clansman's instantaneous acceleration. "On my ship, I don't have a laser cannon as powerful as yours." Mo Luo shook his head. "Hence we've been in a stalemate." Beast nest. Luo Feng nodded. He had encountered it before. The beast nest was indeed terrifying. "Anyway, I don't dare to go there again." Mo Luo shook his head, after which he looked curiously at Luo Feng. "Luo Feng, how long have you been in Demon Note Mountain? Have you met any danger?" "Not even 4 months." Luo Feng said, "Not as long as you." Before he entered, there were already 2 core members that had entered Demon Note Mountain. Obviously now, he could confirm that one of them was Mo Luo. "Looks like you two want to stay for 3 years." Mo Luo's eyes gleamed, exclaiming, This demon note mountain is too dangerous, especially the demon note. Luckily, I found a pattern. Otherwise, I would have long become a zombie. Pattern? Luo Feng looked at Mo Luo. For you to be able to live till now, you haven't discovered the pattern? Mo Luo asked. Luo Feng was stunned. Other than the terrifying, swallowing energy in the tunnels, the other demon notes didn't pose a threat to him. Hence, he really didn't notice any pattern. First of all, you can't stay in one place for too long. As time passes, the strongest demonic sound you'll encounter will grow stronger and stronger. Mo Luo smiled. I'm sure you know this. Even those natives know this. Chapter 581. I know this. Luo Feng nodded. Who? Ruthless. The piercing and peculiar wind pierced right into one's heart, mesmerizing one's soul. However, Luo Feng and Mo Luo continued to stand there and speak normally. The second rule is also the reason I've been able to live till now. Mo Luo smiled. I've separated the demon notes into student level, star traveler level, star level, universe level, domain lord level, and sector lord level. Luo Feng, you should have realized that within Demon Note Mountain, the demon notes are mainly able to mesmerize star traveler to domain lord level. Luo Feng nodded. It was indeed so. There were very few that could mesmerize sector lord level demon notes. The rule I've discovered is this. If there's a star-level demon note, then there will definitely be universe-level demon notes in this region. If there's a star-level demon note, then there will definitely be domain, lord-level demon notes in this region. If there's a student-level demon note, then there will definitely be sector, lord-level demon notes in the surrounding regions. Mo Luo's eyes gleamed, speaking confidently. The weaker the demon note, the stronger the demon note will be in the surrounding regions. Luo Feng was stunned. In his mind, he swiftly recalled the places he had been to over the past 100 days. Because these few days, only the swallowing cave and the ice forest made him feel the threat of the demon notes. The other places, Luo Feng really didn't care. From student level to sector lord level, these demon notes didn't pose a threat to him at all. Hence, he didn't have a rule to them. Now, thinking carefully, with Luo Feng's quantum computer like memory and calculation speed, he swiftly recalled the places he had been to and the demon notes he had felt. Right? Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. That was indeed the case. There were some regions where the demon notes were star level to universe level. Some were star traveler to domain lord level. There were very few regions where the demonic tunes were between the apprentice level and the sector lord level. As time passed, the distribution of the powerful demonic sounds would constantly change, forcing everyone to be constantly on the move. However, these are useless to me. Luo Feng thought. The demon notes in Demon Note Mountain, under normal circumstances, to be able to mesmerize sector lords is already very exaggerated. Unless it's those mysterious caves. Hence, other than those mysterious places, there's really no threat to me. Luo Feng and Mo Luo, the two majesties of the virtual universe company, advanced together. Luo Feng, let's split up after exiting this tunnel. As Mo Luo flew, he said, there are millions and millions of cavern passages in the demonic Note Mountain. Our choices are different. If we stick together, we will definitely make one side yield to the other. I believe you won't be happy either. All right, we'll split up in front. Luo Feng nodded. When he was with Mo Luo, his Masha clansman had to be extremely careful when he used it. Whoosh, whoosh. The two of them flew quickly, and a moment later, they flew out of the passage. Luo Feng was shocked as he looked ahead. In front of them was a vast plain of ice mountains. There were also huge craters on the plain. Each crater was of different sizes. The large ones were hundreds of kilometers wide, while the small ones were only a few kilometers wide. However, the bottom of the pit could not be seen at a glance. It only felt dark and unfathomable. Luo Feng and Mo Luo landed. What is this place? Mo Luo carefully walked to the edge of a deep pit. Not sure. Luo Feng too walked to the edge of the pit. This pit, it was called a pit, but in truth it was more like an abyss because he couldn't see the bottom. Luo Feng turned to take a look. It was a vast expanse. In this vast ice plain, these abysses could be seen everywhere, countless of them. I don't feel right. Mo Luo frowned. Luo Feng nodded. The two absolute geniuses of the virtual universe company carefully observed their surroundings, simultaneously feeling the demon note strength. Rumble. Mo Luo, who was standing beside Luo Feng, fiercely kicked out without any warning. This kick was almost like a volcano eruption. That golden boot immediately landed on the shocked Luo Feng's waist. Infused with the domain Lord level 9 metal life form strength, Luo Feng was kicked like a cannonball straight into the abyss. Luo Feng only felt an incredibly strong energy rush through his entire body. Even after the cloud contact vine weakened it, it still made him unable to control the fresh blood that rushed to his mouth. Chi. Fresh blood spat out. Hua, 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 hua. Luo Feng's arms fiercely shot out dark red vines. When they first extended, they were still thin, but very quickly they became incredibly thick. They madly extended and grabbed at Mo Luo. Rumble. This bottomless abyss suddenly produced an unbelievable and terrifying suction force, just like when Luo Feng was in the swallowing cave. Other than the shocking suction force, a soundless demon note pierced into Luo Feng's mind. At this time, the cloud contact vine knew its master was in danger. It couldn't be bothered to grab Mo Luo, who had flown far away. Instead, it madly grabbed at the edge of the abyss, the ice and rocks. Yeah, break. Luo Feng immediately recovered from the demon note attack. Compared to the swallowing cave demon note attack, this time's strength was actually weaker. Mo Luo. Luo Feng's eyes were about to split apart. His eyes were bloodshot as he roared at Mo Luo, who had already flown a few km above the abyss. Why? Why did Mo Luo suddenly attack him? He had a good impression of Mo Luo, and they were both core members of the Virtual Universe Company. Plus, Luo Feng felt that the opponent didn't have the ability to harm him. Indeed, in a true ambush, Luo Feng with his clones definitely wouldn't lose. However, at this time, Luo Feng, this is Demon Note Mountain. If I kill you, I'm not guilty. Mo Luo, who flew above the abyss, glanced coldly at Luo Feng. His voice resounded in Luo Feng's ears. Simultaneously, an exquisite gun appeared in his hands. Laser gun. Luo Feng's expression changed. Since he dared to take out a laser gun, he should have the confidence to use it to kill him. Then, it should be an E-grade laser gun. C6 grade laser gun. Babata's voice resounded. Chi. Mo Luo, who was in mid-air, shot a laser straight down into the abyss. This laser was over 100 m away from Luo Feng and shot deep into the abyss, following which Mo Luo disappeared in a flash, as if he was fleeing. Suddenly kicking Luo Feng into the abyss, he flew high up and used a laser gun to shoot at the bottom of the abyss before fleeing. The description was slow. The entire process probably took less than 0.1 seconds. That C-grade laser gun's energy storage time was basically 0. Rumble, the terrifying swallowing energy worked on his body. Pa, 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 pa. Under the powerful swallowing energy, the vines broke one by one. Luo Feng didn't seem afraid at all. Instead, his eyes were filled with rage and ferocity. This Mo Luo actually, you want to kill me? Then I'll make sure you die. From his resume, a proud, absolute genius actually used such a move to kill him. Masha Clansman. Change. Luo Feng immediately vanished and switched to the Masha Clansman, becoming a flying shuttle. This flying shuttle was trying its best to fly outwards. Suddenly, howl. Within the abyss, a low roar resounded. Simultaneously, the space around Luo Feng's flying shuttle began to ripple. That terrifying swallowing energy completely worked on the flying shuttle. The flying shuttle swiftly descended. What? Luo Feng was shocked. Change. The flying shuttle became a thumb-thick all. However, the swallowing energy was still there. The all continued to descend. Change. The all became a huge boulder that blocked the entire cave. However, the powerful swallowing energy was still there. This huge boulder continued to descend, causing sparks to form between the boulder and the edge of the abyss. Large amounts of rubble fell. Change! Change! Luo Feng immediately transformed. However, no matter how he transformed, the swallowing energy was still as terrifying. And as he descended, that terrifying roar from within the abyss made one's heart palpitate. It's him, Mo Luo. Falling, Luo Feng remained calm, recalling the scene of Mo Luo using his laser gun to shoot. Back then, Luo Feng was suspicious that Mo Luo. Why did he use a C-grade laser gun to shoot into the depths of the abyss? It didn't have any power at all. From the looks of it now, Mo Luo's shot should have awakened a certain life form within the abyss. That life form had a swallowing ability similar to the golden horned beast's swallowing ability, automatically unleashing some sort of swallowing ability. Under such a situation, it directly affected Luo Feng. Hence, no matter how he transformed, the swallowing energy was still as strong as before. And if that life form was in slumber, casually unleashing its swallowing energy throughout the entire cave, then Luo Feng would be able to escape after shrinking. Mo Luo must have been very clear of the danger here. Hence he intentionally came here and planned all of this. Luo Feng hated within. Change. Luo Feng, who was constantly descending, finally transforming into an ice bear. Ice bear Luo Feng continued to descend into the abyss. There must be life. There must be life. Ice bear Luo Feng immediately vanished into the depths of the abyss. After a while, a silhouette flashed and stood at the edge of the abyss entrance, gazing downwards. It was Mo Luo with a sharp gaze. Luo Feng. Mo Luo's lips curled up. Looking at the terrifying abyss, you really are dumb. This is Demon Note Mountain. Killing you isn't a crime at all. With your talent, even if you can't threaten me in this qualification battle. However, the next time, in the future, you will still threaten my position. Those who threaten me, the fewer the better. On the path to the peak, I will use any means necessary. Mo Luo said softly. His experiences as an orphan in the war and the terrifying training of death warriors in the concentration camp had changed his way of doing things. So, Mo Luo swiftly vanished, leaving only the ancient abyss. Just like 1,000,000,000,000 years ago, no one else knew that the absolute genius Luo Feng of the Virtual Universe Company had been swallowed by the abyss. May 1st to 7th, Tomato would be busy with the wedding. 3 weddings, just thinking about it made him tired. However, marriage was a major event in one's life. He had to treat it seriously. HM, Tomato's wedding. Does anyone get red packets? Give me a monthly ticket. Ha! Chapter 582. Luo Feng was affected by the shocking swallowing force and continued to fall. Who? A piercing howl resounded in his ears. Luo Feng, who had transformed into an ice bear, looked at the walls around him that were like a mirage passing by. His mind was swiftly thinking of what to do. He had already tried all sorts of ways to break free. No matter what he transformed into, it was useless, and Babada had told him before. Luo Feng, the swallowing force is simply too strong. It's even more terrifying than the energy cabin of the automaton ship. Even if you rely on the automaton ship, you won't be able to fly. Luo Feng, who had transformed into an ice bear, looked down at the pitch-black, bottomless abyss. The only thing he could do now was to prepare himself and fight for a chance of survival. Falling. Constantly falling. After falling for a long time, Luo Feng was still falling. This made him shocked within. How deep is this abyss? It's much deeper than that huge pit in Blood River World. It's at least 100,000 kilometers deep. The wind howled in his ears as he continued to fall. Luo Feng was unable to resist the swallowing force and could only allow himself to fall. And the long period of falling obviously made him think of other things. Many scenes flashed through his mind. Dad, mom, wife, Ping ping, Lil Hai Hua. Luo Feng muttered within. Looking down at the abyss, it was still pitch black. Why would I think of my family at this time? Looks like even I subconsciously feel like I'm going to die. Luo Feng was very clear that when Mo Luo kicked him into the abyss, especially when he couldn't even break free from the Masha clansmen, his heart had already sunk to rock bottom. He understood this time he was in deep trouble. The danger this time was much more than the one in Blood River World. Death traps. The death traps in the universe's secret regions. Babada had told him about them long ago. He was very clear on them. I'm afraid the chances of me surviving this time are very low. Ice Bear Luo Feng took a deep breath, his eyes gleaming with determination. Against the danger of death, Luo Feng had no fear at all. Maybe from the day he chose to become a fighter, or from the moment he chose to perish together with the golden horned beast, or from the moment he gave up his comfortable life as a planet leader and chose to walk the path of a universe warrior. Luo Feng was already prepared to die. There are countless fighters in the universe risking their lives to explore, and the ones that become undying, I'm afraid, less than 1 in a trillion. Luo Feng looked at the dark abyss below. Walking on this path, I was already prepared to fall. But as long as there's a chance of survival, I will struggle hard. Mo Luo. Mo Luo's image flashed through Luo Feng's mind. Indeed, I don't see you as a threat, nor do I see you as an enemy. Firstly, it's because I admire you, and subconsciously, I don't want to be your enemy. Secondly, I don't think you would be so stupid as to attack me. The third is confidence that you can't threaten me. Luo Feng sighed to himself. However, I now understand one thing. There's no knowing what's in a person's heart. I can't easily trust others, and I can't be too confident either. Too much confidence is arrogance. Yes, in Luo Feng's heart, Mo Luo's actions before were very stupid. Maybe Mo Luo used this method to get rid of Luo Feng, one less genius that could threaten his position. This way, Mo Luo would have more time to occupy the primordial secret region's throne. However, from Luo Feng's point of view, this was simply too stupid. This was basically shaking his mental state. As he trained his mental state, Luo Feng was very clear on this. A strong had to have absolute confidence in himself. First confidence, only then could he stand at the pinnacle. If he didn't even trust himself and use schemes to get rid of some threats, then how many could he get rid of? On the path to becoming a strong warrior, his competition wasn't just limited to the newbies like Luo Feng. There were also the Sector Lord Pinnacle geniuses and the trillions of races in the universe. Countless geniuses, how many could he get rid of? He had to believe in himself, improving himself. That was the path of a strong warrior. Getting rid of one's opponent, this was simply stupid. It had already affected his faith. The moment his faith was shaken, then he would never become a true warrior. Mo Luo, if I don't die this time, you'll regret it for life. Luo Feng looked down. So, Luo Feng became an ice bear with shocking speed. He plunged down into the bottomless abyss. After a long while, Luo Feng, there's an ice layer below. Babada informed Luo Feng through his thoughts. Rumble. Luo Feng's ice bear was as fast as a shooting star. The 20 kilometers distance was covered in 0.001 seconds. Those two thick legs smashed fiercely into the ice layer below, causing it to rumble and shatter. The ice layer in the distance even cracked open. Under the ice layer, the thick black rock trembled slightly. However, it didn't leave any marks. Owly! All sorts of ear-piercing sounds resounded from all directions. Swiftly descending, following which the ice bear sat on its butt, stupidly sitting on the shattered ice layer, looking in all directions. Looking in all directions, big and small, human-shaped, beast-like, plant-shaped, etc. There were too many beasts, one couldn't see the end. Countless illusory beasts were on top of a meandering iceberg. The silly-looking ice bear slowly stood up. It looked silly, but it was actually extremely shocked. My God, how many illusion beasts are there? Looking at this endless mountain range, there are at least tens of thousands of illusion beasts. Luo Feng was extremely shocked. He didn't expect that the bottomless abyss would actually lead to a true beast nest. Right. How did this swallowing energy from before come about? Luo Feng, be careful. There's a beast 1 kilometer ahead. Its energy level is comparable to an undying. Babata warned in fear. Undying? Luo Feng was shocked. The stupid ice bear looked around. Would there be any beasts 1 kilometer? There's no other beasts within 1 kilometer of me. In the distance there's a mountain range. There are countless beasts. The ice bear Luo Feng communicated with Babata. Stupid. The ice mountain in front of you is a phantom beast. Babata said. My God. Luo Feng's heart trembled. The stupid ice bear still had that stupid look, just like the other beasts in the abyss world, casually walking on the ice layer. However, his eyes could clearly see the undulating iceberg in front of him, with no end in sight. Ice Mountain is a beast? This ice mountain, with one look, it's at least 1,000 kilometers, Luo Feng muttered within. Damn! In terms of size, this ice mountain was probably no smaller than Earth. However, this ice mountain was actually a beast? The ice bear continued to advance in this vast abyss world. This abyss world was extremely vast, and the beasts numbered in the trillions. If the first beast nest Luo Feng discovered was a river, then this abyss world's beast horde would be a vast ocean. Beasts numbered in the trillions. Sector Lord-level beasts were frequently encountered. Occasionally, he would even meet some huge beasts with energy levels comparable to undyings. These beasts that were comparable to undyings were all extremely huge. The smallest was 1,000 kilometers. The largest was so huge one couldn't even see the end of it. Who? The ice tree that was 100 kilometers thick, the tree crown was 1,000 kilometers in diameter. Suddenly, countless branches shook, creating a terrifying swallowing force, causing the caves above to madly swallow. After a long time, a black-horned man fell down, causing a large number of magical beasts in the surroundings to roar. Tens of thousands of magical beasts roared as they charged forward. A shrill scream rang out. The black-horned man only lasted for a few seconds before he was stomped into meat paste. He couldn't be more dead. Roar. Tens of thousands of illusory beasts roared excitedly. Among them was an ice bear that was also roaring. Oh my God! Ice bear Luo Feng glanced at the distant bloodstains, shocked within. Luckily, I turned into an ice bear and came down. If I had come down in human form, besieged by countless illusionary beasts, how could he not die? Even if a realm master came, he would definitely die. Luo Feng had only been in the abyss world for 3 days, and he had already discovered trillions of beasts. There were many sector lord-level beasts. He even discovered over 20 undying-level beasts. Luckily, I'm a beast now, too. Ice Bear Luo Feng shook his huge ice, but amidst the countless beasts, he slowly advanced. Luo Feng didn't dare do anything out of the ordinary, just like the normal beasts, because he didn't know if there were any other powerful beings hiding in the abyss world. Careful. I can't be careless. I'd rather spend more time and slowly advance than be reckless. Luo Feng just slowly wandered in the abyss world. Even though he said he was leisurely, in truth, he could advance 100,000 kilometers in a day. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed. Luo Feng had lived in the abyss world for 2 months. This abyss world is really boring. There's only the beasts, and the weird thing is there's no demon notes. Ice Bear Luo Feng helplessly advanced. Demon Mountain was split into Demon Note Mountain and Ice Mountain. In Demon Note Mountain, there was actually a huge region with no demon notes at all. That was indeed weird. What's that? Luo Feng looked into the distance. In the distance, there was a faint golden light. As it was too far, Luo Feng couldn't see clearly. Let's go. Luo Feng continued to slowly advance. After a few thousand km, he looked up amidst the beast horde at the floating palaces. Ice Bear Luo Feng's expression was still dumb. However, he was extremely shocked within. Floating palaces? Palaces that emit golden light? This abyss leads to a vast space. It's fine if there are countless beasts, but there's actually floating palaces? Luo Feng stared carefully. With a glance, he could see about 32 floating palaces. Every palace had a diameter of 10 kilometers, and every palace emitted a golden light. There were about 23 palaces that were covered in a white light. Almost like a cover, it completely covered the 23 palaces. Ong, Ao. A faint and weak mysterious sound resounded from the floating palaces. It didn't have any attack power. Instead, it made Luo Feng's soul feel incredibly comfortable. P.S. Chapter 1 has arrived. Tomatoes return. After so many days of not writing, today's writing was indeed out of practice. Chapter 583. 32 palaces glowing with golden light floated in mid-air of the endless abyss world, of which 23 of them were covered by the white light, the other 9 didn't. Howl, howl. The beast that could be seen everywhere looked up at the floating palaces in mid-air, as though attracted by them. So. The beast would rush up into the sky and jump into the palaces. Pong, pong, pong. Some of the beasts clashed with the white light and fell straight down, crashing into the ice layer, causing it to crack open. After which, the beasts that fell down all stood up stupidly. Some of them actually jumped up again and pounced at the white light of the palaces. Crash. Fall down, climb up and jump up again. Crash again. Fall down again. Some of the stupid beasts seemed to have a screw loose in their heads. They continued to crash into the palaces many times before finally giving up. Ice Bear Luo Feng looked up at the 32 palaces. 32 palaces, 23 of them have the white light. Luo Feng looked up. As long as the 23 palaces had the light, the beasts would crash into them like moths to a flame, falling down. Only the other 9 palaces that didn't have the protection of the light had the beasts jumping up and easily entering them. Let's give it a try. Luo Feng shook his fat and sturdy ice bear body and jumped up. So, the white light enveloped the palaces. Through the light, one could only see a bit of golden light, unable to see within. Pong! Ice Bear Luo Feng clashed with the light barrier and fell down. With a crash, he landed on the rock and ice layer, slowly climbing back up. The defense of the light is shocking. My crash didn't even affect it at all. Luo Feng was shocked within. Before, there were Sector Lord level beasts that crashed into it, but they didn't affect it at all. So, Luo Feng jumped up again. With one jump, he crossed a few hundred kilometers. This time he flew straight into one of the 9 palaces without the light. A resplendent golden light shot out. Who? Ice Bear Luo Feng rushed straight into the floating majestic palace. The structure of the palace was very simple. In the center was a majestic hall, surrounded by a stone plaza. There were some phantasmal beasts leisurely strolling around the plaza. Some of them were even lying on the plaza. Ice Bear Luo Feng landed on the plaza and immediately felt the change in temperature. The temperature changed? The temperature here is obviously not that cold. At the same time, he stealthily observed the general structure of the floating palace. The floating palace was divided into a main hall and a plaza. Whether it was the main hall or the plaza, they were all made of black rocks. There was no ice at all. There were many strange engravings on the surface of the black rock, and all of these engravings were golden in color. Countless golden runes were imprinted on the ground of the plaza and the walls of the palace. Dazzling golden light was radiating from these mysterious patterns. What mysterious law engravings? Luo Feng looked at the engravings and felt that they were incomparably mysterious. Babata. Recorded. Understood. At this time, the golden engravings on the walls of the palace and the ground of the plaza suddenly shot out a dreamy light. Countless rays of light swept past Luo Feng and rapidly condensed around the palace, forming mysterious engravings. After that, they completely condensed and transformed into a white light layer. This white light completely covered the entire palace. What? Luo Feng was shocked as he turned to look. Pong, pong. He could vaguely see a few phantasmal beasts pouncing at the light from the outside, slamming into it and falling back down. Of the 32 palaces before, only 23 of them were covered in light. Why is it that suddenly, even this palace is covered in a light layer? Ice Bear Luo Feng looked about. The other phantasmal beasts in the plaza were still leisurely strolling, sleeping, or playing. They didn't seem to notice the sudden appearance of the light layer. Ice Bear Luo Feng carefully walked towards the light layer. He walked to the side of the plaza and extended his claws to grab it. Chi! The claws pierced right through the light layer without any resistance. Luo Feng relaxed. It protects from the outside, but not from the inside. If I want to leave, there's no obstruction at all. Luo Feng retracted his claws and turned to look at the palace. The plaza was 10 kilometers wide, and the palace only took up a quarter of the area. Howl! An 8-winged, half-translucent bird-type beast was leisurely flying towards the entrance of the palace. This bird-type beast was comparable to a domain Lord Level 8. Its entire body was formed from ice, and under the golden light, it was extremely beautiful. When it reached the entrance of the palace, a black silhouette flashed. Dong! Ferociously smashed into the body of the bird-type phantasmagoric beast, which was over 100 meters long, exploded and collapsed. Countless ice shards flew in all directions. Some of the ice shards even passed through the light shield and flew out. Luo Feng was shocked, holding his breath as he looked over. At the entrance of the palace, a completely black rock-like gorilla-like beast stood there. It wielded a similarly black long rod. On it were some mysterious golden engravings. The rock gorilla wielded the rod and looked outside at the plaza. Its gaze swept past the group of phantasmal beasts before retreating back into the palace. Rock life form. Luo Feng was shocked. There were many life forms in the universe. Metal life forms, plant life forms, flesh and blood life forms, energy life forms. What were life forms? Only those with intelligence could be considered life forms. And those phantasmal beasts, they were existences created by the special illusions of Demon Mountain. They couldn't even be considered life forms, because they didn't even have the ability to think. There's a rock life form within the palace. However, from the information provided by the Virtual Universe Company, it only said that there were phantasmal beasts within Demon Mountain. However, this rock gorilla, that gaze earlier was definitely proof that it had intelligence. Luo Feng was shocked. Whether it had intelligence or not, it was easy to tell from its gaze. Luo Feng stood in the plaza and observed, not daring to enter the palace. Within 3 days, Luo Feng had seen 18 phantasmal beasts enter the palace. However, the moment they reached the entrance, they were all smashed apart by the rock gorilla's rod. I have a feeling that there's a huge secret within this palace. Luo Feng thought. Golden light, the mysterious golden engravings that he couldn't even understand. Guarding the entrance of the palace, the rock gorilla with unfathomable strength. And this palace was floating in mid-air where countless phantasmal beasts gathered. All of this indicated that there was a huge secret within this palace. As long as one wasn't an idiot, they would be able to guess it. However, how do I enter? Luo Feng looked at the entrance. The moment I enter, what if I get smashed to death? Rumble. The entire abyss world shook violently. A terrifying shockwave rippled in all directions, crashing into the white light of the palace Luo Feng was in. What's going on? Luo Feng turned to look outside. Howl! Howl! Tens of thousands of phantasmal beasts roared. Violent explosions resounded throughout the palace. Ha! You low-level beings dare to mess with me. Almost like a god's voice resounded throughout the land and skies. Senior, even though these undying phantasmal beasts aren't much of a threat, it's troublesome to deal with them. Let's hurry and enter the palace. Another loud voice resounded from the other direction of the explosion. Sure. Why is it that of the 32 palaces, only 8 are empty while the others are all accepting? That's weird. The Han Alliance's news is that 9 are empty. Let's not bother. It's just the 2 of us anyway. Whether it's 8 or 9, we're enough. Two voices resounded from two different directions. With the rumbling of the land and skies, countless phantasmal beasts roared and howled. The two majestic silhouettes rushed into the two palaces that weren't covered by the white light. Ice Bear Luo Feng stayed in the plaza. The roaring and howling outside gradually weakened and quickly disappeared. Everything returned to its original calm. However, Luo Feng's heart wasn't calm at all. Someone actually came. Luo Feng's mind was filled with thoughts. Inheritance Palace? 8, 9. The two voices from before should be from two absolute warriors. At least undying. Hong Alliance? What kind of organization is the Hong Alliance? Luo Feng was shocked. The Hong Alliance's news is that 9 are empty? When I came earlier, I did indeed discover that only 9 of the 32 palaces didn't have a white light. Don't tell me. The moment someone enters, the palace will immediately raise that white light? Indeed. It was only when he flew into the square of the palace that the white light barrier rose up. Don't tell me the palace is able to discover the difference between me and normal beasts? Luo Feng looked shocked at the palace before him. Even if it was an undying or even more powerful being, if one didn't scan Luo Feng's body, they wouldn't be able to discover the changes in a Masha clansman. However, this peculiar palace was able to discover the difference in Luo Feng and raise the light. Luo Feng stood calmly in the plaza. It was obvious. He had come to the mysterious core of Demon Mountain, the Inheritance Palace. And Demon Mountain's Inheritance Palace. Accurately speaking, Demon Note Mountain had a total of 32 palaces. At this time, including himself, there should be people in 26 palaces. Looks like this Inheritance Palace isn't a secret to the pinnacle upper echelons of the universe. They're actually able to send undyings here to receive the inheritance. Luo Feng thought. However, to receive the inheritance, not just anyone has a right to do so. After all, even my teacher, Hu Yin Bo, hasn't heard of its existence. Indeed, such a mysterious place in the universe. To enter even once, an undying had to pay a much higher price than entering Primal Chaos City. I sure am lucky to have come to this Inheritance Palace. Luo Feng looked at the palace before him. How do I enter? Luo Feng pondered and swiftly made a decision. Who? A human Luo Feng suddenly appeared beside the ice bear. My Masha clansman will be outside with the core. My earth body will go in. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. In a flash, he rushed towards the entrance of the palace. Howl! The other beasts in the plaza immediately roared when they saw the human Luo Feng. P.S. 2 chapters completed. I've just resumed updating. I can't rush it. However, from the 13th to the 19th, the Star Transformation game team will pay for the updates. Hence, it's free. Those 7 days, Tomato will explode. Chapter 584. The beast's intellect was extremely low. Demon Mountain's special environment was what created this batch of beasts. Their existence was to kill intruders. Hence, when a group of beasts in the plaza saw a human suddenly appear, they all went berserk. Howl! Ong! The beast became blurs and fiercely pounced at Luo Feng, wanting to tear him to pieces. And the earth body Luo Feng, who stood beside the ice bear, the moment he appeared, he had already rushed towards the entrance of the palace. Infused with the domain, Lord Level 9, Cloud Contact Vine Strength. With a rumble, the plaza's stone ground shook. Immediately, Luo Feng became like a shooting star rushing towards the entrance of the palace. So, Luo Feng rushed through the entrance. Behind him was a large group of beasts roaring and charging over. Rumble! A black long rod suddenly appeared, 1 rod for 1. At the entrance of the palace, the tall and sturdy stone gorilla wielded a thick black long rod, almost like a baseball player, waving it around like a tornado. Pung! 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 One by one, the illusionary beasts condensed from ice blocks with powerful auras were directly blown apart. A large number of ice fragments were smashed far away, directly flying out of the white barrier. Howl, Ao! The beasts all stared ferociously at Luo Feng, madly rushing in one after another. However, the stone gorilla stood at the entrance, giving off an aura of one man holding the pass against 10,000, smashing away as many came. These beasts are really one-track mind. Standing within the palace, looking at the large amounts of beasts rushing in, Luo Feng exclaimed, "Seeing me, they all go crazy and try to kill me. Even though they know there's no hope, they still come to kill me." Luckily, the barrier protects the palace, preventing the trillions of beasts from entering. In just a short while, the plaza was only left with a few broken pieces of ice, and the only living beast, the ice bear. All of the other magical beasts were killed by the rock gorilla monster because they wanted to rush into the main hall. The palace was majestic and tall, almost like a mountain. Luo Feng seemed incomparably small within. "This is the Legacy Palace. Where can I receive the legacy?" Luo Feng was dressed in a silver armor on the outside and the cloud contact armor on the inside. His boots carefully stepped within the palace, carefully inspecting it. The palace was filled with black mist. In the distance, some of the black rocks would occasionally solidify and melt. The rock gorilla monster glanced at Luo Feng, hugged its black long rod, and shrunk into a corner without moving. "How strange." Luo Feng looked at the black mist within the palace. "Babata, have you discovered the mystery of this palace?" "I can't detect it. The detection signal is completely blocked," Babata said. "What?" Luo Feng was shocked. The detector that Babata carried was very expensive, and its detection range was very small, only 20 kilometers. It was a device that Hu Yanbo would only use in dangerous places like the universe secret realms. In many universe secret realms, this device could be used. But this inheritance palace actually blocked detection? Rumble, an earth-shaking sound could be heard. Within the palace, the black mist-shrouded region resounded with sounds, following which strange and beautiful sounds resounded. Ong, howl, all sorts of sounds fused together, forming a very strange and mysterious sound, causing Luo Feng to feel extremely comfortable. This is a sound, Luo Feng thought. When he saw the 32 palaces earlier, he heard this sound. The sound resounded. The palace changed greatly. Before Luo Feng, a broken black rock suddenly floated with peculiar words. The strokes of the words were like engravings. These words, Luo Feng didn't recognize them at all. This. Luo Feng was shocked within as he looked at the mysterious words on the black rock. "I've never seen these words before, but I can actually clearly understand what they mean. It's unbelievable." The words constantly floated and disappeared. After a long while, Luo Feng finally understood the meaning of the words. Demon Note General? Inheritance 157672. Luo Feng's eyes were filled with shock. The mysterious words that floated on the black rock, when combined together, the main idea was, ever since the Demon Note Forbidden Area was created, you are the 157672 to enter the Inheritance Palace, the life form with the right to receive the Demon Note Inheritance. Any life form with a soul can receive the inheritance. However, ever since the Forbidden Area was created, there hasn't been a life form that has been able to receive the complete inheritance, obtaining the title of Demon Note General. Demon Note General, whether it's a flesh and blood life form, energy life form, metal life form, etc., as long as it has a soul, it can become a noble Demon Note General. Demon Note General, one of a kind. Ever since the universe was created, it was destined that there could only be one Demon Note General. At some point, when a life form is able to receive the complete inheritance, becoming a Demon Note General, this Demon Note Forbidden Area will immediately crumble. A tiny life form, work hard. Work hard to become a noble Demon Note General. Follow the inheritance stairs, step by step on the path to becoming an absolute being of the universe. Within the palace, the black mist rumbled, and that magical sound echoed in the hall. At the same time, great changes were happening in the hall. At the end of the black mist, a 3-mile-wide black stone staircase appeared. Every stair had strange golden patterns on it, and it glowed with a faint golden light. The human Luo Feng stood before the mysterious staircase, silent for a while. Demon Note General? Any life form, as long as it has a soul, It has the right to become a demon note general. Luo Feng looked at the black mist before him parting, automatically revealing the mysterious staircase, his heart filled with shock. The universe was very mysterious. This Luo Feng knew long ago. The human race, a total of 1,008 universe countries. Every universe country was incomparably vast. Those universe country leaders were all invincible eternal beings. Even the human race had absolute beings that could create the virtual universe. However, the human race was just one of the trillions of races in the universe. However, it was one of the pinnacle races. There were many pinnacle races. There are also some races that may not be considered pinnacle races, but their individual strengths were very strong, like the Masha clan. In terms of clan strength, they were probably ranked toward the end of the 10,000. Like the Golden Horned Beast, in terms of clan strength, who knew how far behind they were. Just because their numbers were low, that didn't mean they were weak. Trillions of races, endless universe, countless secret regions. Demon note general inheritance? Who left it behind? Luo Feng looked around, looking at the stone where the words once appeared. All these marks are too obvious. Obviously, a great being intentionally left behind this inheritance. According to what I know, long before the Virtual Universe Company took control of the absolute beginning region, Demon Mountain was already here. Demon Mountain's history was incredibly long. Just like Blood River World, it was very long. The universe's secret regions were very mysterious. Some were naturally formed special environments. However, some were actually palaces left behind by absolute beings, training grounds, etc. These absolute beings may have even taken over a region of the absolute beginning region earlier than the Virtual Universe Company. However, against the huge power of the Virtual Universe Company, they chose to retreat. Anyone who dared resist would be crushed by the huge being the Virtual Universe Company. However, there were some great beings in the universe. Even though they retreated before the Virtual Universe Company, that didn't mean they were weak. Before, I heard the conversation between the two Undyings and the Virtual Universe Company arranging for large numbers of Undyings to be stationed here. Many thoughts flashed through Luo Feng's mind. Even Babata doesn't know the secrets of Demon Mountain. Obviously, this is one of the more advanced secrets of the universe, even more mysterious than Primal Chaos City. Demon Note General? This inheritance forbidden land. The moment a life form obtains the complete inheritance, it will immediately crumble. Demon Note General. There's only one in the universe? Luo Feng nodded. He could tell that the one and only Demon Note General in the universe was indeed an absolute warrior of the universe. There's actually over 100,000 life forms that have come to receive the inheritance, yet not a single one has obtained the complete inheritance. Luo Feng shook his head and didn't think anymore. So, with a step, he rushed up the stairs of the mysterious pathway. When Luo Feng's battle boots landed on this level of stairs, the surrounding scenery instantly became hazy. Luo Feng couldn't see anything else, only this continuously extending staircase. Simultaneously, a mysterious message surged into Luo Feng's mind. Accept the inheritance. Training the inheritance. Every level of the stairs contains a level of information. When you reach the end of the stairs, you will become a great being of the universe. Demon Note General. A rumbling voice resounded within Luo Feng's consciousness. Simultaneously, the mysterious training technique began to gush in. Luo Feng was almost immediately convinced by this technique. This was a soul-related technique. One had to have a soul to train it. In terms of the profoundness of it, it was countless times more profound than the soul imprint that his teacher, Hu Yin Bo, left him back then. He could clearly feel that it was on a completely different level. I feel that this nameless inheritance secret technique should be comparable to the 9-Universe Primal Chaos Tablet. The 9-Universe Primal Chaos Tablet guides people to comprehend laws, while this is a set of detailed secret techniques. Just this technique alone is priceless. Luo Feng was excited. His standards were very high. In his mind, he had the Golden Horned Beast's inheritance memories. He had also seen the virtual universe company's treasure trove. He had seen countless techniques. And because his standards were high, he could instantly judge this mysterious inheritance technique was definitely one of the most noble inheritances, one that pointed directly to the universe laws. In an instant, Luo Feng was completely immersed in the training of this technique. It wasn't just his earth body, the golden horned beast within the internal world too began to train. Only the Masha clansman was dumbfounded and helpless, because this was a special technique that belonged to the soul, and the Masha clansman had no way of training it. Just who left this mysterious technique, such a terrifying technique? If one were to train it to completion, becoming a powerful being in the universe would probably not be a lie. Luo Feng didn't think anymore. Suppressing the excitement within, he was completely immersed in his training, begging for monthly votes and recommendation votes. Right now, the rankings are lagging behind. Red Alliance brothers and sisters, those with monthly votes throw them. Those with recommendation votes throw them. Everyone support Tomato. Tomato continued to write the second chapter.